친구구나.
잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 이제 곧 서울 외교 포럼 행사가 시작될 예정입니다. 참석자분들께서는 대강당에 마련된 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2025 will begin shortly. I kindly ask everyone to take your seats so that we may begin on time. 오늘 회의는 한국어, 영어, 동시 통역으로 진행됩니다. 통역이 필요하신 분은 입구에 배치된 통역기를 사용하실 수 있으며 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널을 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. The conference will be conducted with simultaneous interpretations in Korean and English. If you require interpretation, please pick up a receiver at the entrance. Please select channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 사용하신 통역기는 행사 종료 후 퇴장 시에 반납해 주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 무음 또는 진동 모드로 전환해 주십시오. After the event, please return your device to the desk at the exit. To avoid interruptions during the conference, please switch your mobile phone to silent or vibration mode. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 장례 발언이 이어지는 동안에는 정숙한 가운데 경청해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. We would appreciate it if all participants could listen attentively and maintain silence during the floor statements. 네, 알겠습니다. 그럼 제가 중간에 그 안내를 한 번 정도 더 넣게. 네, 방금 보여주신 문제 받았습니다. 안녕하십니까. 저는 오늘 행사 진행을 맡은 국립외교원 외교안보연구소 정종혁 연구원입니다. 귀한 시간 내어 자리를 빛내주신 여러분들께 감사할 말씀드립니다. 서울 외교포럼은 IFANS 국제문제회의라는 이름으로 2010년부터 시작되어 2023년 서울 외교포럼이라는 새로운 이름으로 새롭게 태어난 국립외교원의 대표 연례 국제회의입니다. 오늘 회의는 한국 신정부의 외교 패러다임,
The topic of today's forum is foreign policy paradigm of Korea's new administration, pragmatism, peace, and prosperity. So from now on, we are going to start the Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2025. So first of all, we are going to have opening remarks from His Excellency Hyoung-chan, Chancellor of KNDA. Please give him a big round of applause.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 안녕하십니까? Welcome to Seoul Diplomacy Forum. The Seoul Diplomacy Forum is an international conference on diplomacy and security that the Korea National Diplomatic Academy has hosted annually since 2010. Over the past 15 years, this forum has served as an important platform to discuss the direction of Korea's foreign policy while addressing inter-Korean relations and regional and international issues amid the rapidly changing global landscape. This year, the forum carries even greater significance for us. We meet at a time of growing uncertainty and instability in the international order. The Russia-Ukraine war shows no clear end in sight, and strategic competition between global powers continues to intensify. As leadership supporting the rules-based international order has weakened, we are witnessing a stronger turn toward national interest-first approaches. Domestically, an anachronistic declaration of martial law last year placed our democracy under severe strain. Yet, the Korean people demonstrated remarkable democratic resilience. Subsequently, the Lee Jae-myung administration was inaugurated in June 2025. Under such grave domestic and international circumstances, the new administration has taken on the heavy responsibility of guiding the Republic of Korea toward becoming a safer, more prosperous, and more globally responsible nation. To achieve this, the administration has declared a pragmatic and interest-based foreign policy that responds proactively to changes, protects our security, and expands Korea's strategic space to advance peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula and beyond in a rapidly evolving world. Reflecting this vision, the main theme of this year's forum is pragmatism, peace, and prosperity in the foreign policy of the new administration of the Republic of Korea. Since its inauguration in June, the administration has devoted diplomatic efforts to deepening both the breadth and depth of cooperation based on national interest and pragmatism, with partners including the United States, Japan, China, G7, ASEAN, APEC, and G20 members, and other like-minded countries in bilateral and multilateral settings. Through Foreign Minister Cho Hyun's keynote address to be delivered by Ambassador Jong on his behalf, we will gain a better understanding of the administration's foreign policy priorities and strategy. Today's forum consists of 3 sessions. The first session, Korea's pragmatic diplomacy in a changing world, will explore Korea's diplomatic strategy amid the rapidly evolving international order, intensifying strategic competition, and regional conflicts. We look forward to hearing the valuable insights of resident ambassadors and distinguished experts. The second session, Diplomacy for Sustainable Peace on the Korean Peninsula, will focus on the most immediate challenges to peace and stability on the peninsula and in the region. During his address to the UN General Assembly last September, President Lee announced the END initiative centered on exchange, normalization, and denuclearization. Experts from Korea, the US, China, and Japan are expected to discuss ways to advance inter-Korean dialogue cooperation, denuclearization, Korean Peninsula, and regional peace and stability. The final session, Economic Security Diplomacy for an AI-driven Great Transformation, will address scientific and technological advancements and sustainable economic prosperity. Panelists will consider Korea's AI strategy, the international partnerships, and the role of economic security-related diplomacy in ensuring sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very much honored to welcome leading experts from the diplomatic community, academia, industry, and major think tanks. Their insights will deepen our discussions and enrich our understanding of the challenges ahead. The perspectives and suggestions offered today will help strengthen the foundations of the Lee administration's foreign and security policy and contribute to the implementation of Korea's pragmatic diplomacy in a more sophisticated and effective manner. To all our panelists and to everyone joining us here in person or online through KNDA Live, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude once again. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
원장님 귀중한 말씀 감사합니다. 원장님께 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 오늘 참석해 주신 여러분께 먼저 한 가지 양해 말씀드립니다. 오늘 기조연설을 해주실 조현 외교부 장관님께서 대통령님의 해외 순방 일정에 동행하게 되어 부득이하게 참석을 하지 못하게 되셨습니다. 대신하여 윤종권 국제사이버협력대사 겸 외교전략정보본부장 직무대리님께서 기조연설을 대독해 주시겠습니다. 윤종권 대사님을 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 환영의 박수 부탁드립니다.
His Excellency Yoon Jong-won to deliver the keynote speech on behalf of His Excellency Hyun.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is a great pleasure to deliver today's keynote address at the Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2025. Although other diplomatic engagements prevent me from joining you in person this morning, I'm honored to address this gathering. I thank the Korean National Diplomatic Academy and Chancellor CHOE for organizing this meaningful event. This year marks the 16th anniversary of the forum. Over the years, it has been serving as an important platform for discussing Korea's foreign policy priorities and exploring avenues of cooperation with partner countries. The world today is adrift and undergoing profound turbulence. The security, economic, trade, and technological landscapes are shifting in unprecedented ways. On the security front, in addition to the ongoing war in Ukraine and the conflict in the Middle East, dangerous flashpoints remain in the Indo-Pacific, not least here in East Asia. On the economic front, trade barriers are rising, supply chains are fragmenting, and the rules-based trading system is increasingly under strain. In this time of growing uncertainty and instability, a growing number of nations seek to prioritize their own national interests. Against this backdrop, Korea, located in the vortex of geopolitical and geo-economic competition, faces ever more complex strategic calculations. In addition, Korea faces North Korea's growing nuclear and missile threats. Pursuing a pragmatic and interest-based foreign policy is not a choice, but a necessity for Korea. We're now in what some might call a post-Cold War era. No one can be certain about the shape of the new era. What is clear, though, is that the seas before us are too rough to navigate without updating our perspective and toolkit. It means strengthening the Korea-US alliance as the linchpin of Korea's net foreign policy, while being open-minded and strengthening mutually beneficial cooperation wherever we can. This will be based on continuity in our engagement overseas and broad public and bipartisan support at home. Indeed, Korea must expand its partners and networks. This is why President Lee Jae-myung has been, on the occasion of the G7, ASEAN, and APEC, meeting with not only the leaders of US, Japan, and China, but also with many others from the Indo-Pacific, Europe, Africa, and not least Southeast Asia, including Singapore. At the same time, putting pragmatism and national interest at the center does not mean turning away from our global responsibilities. If a nation of Korea's stature and standing fails to shoulder responsibilities beyond its borders, the international order will become more fragile, ultimately undermining our own national interests. Korea's top priority on the security front is to prevent war and ensure that Korean Peninsula does not become a flashpoint of armed conflict. To safeguard peace, Korea will steadfastly enhance its own defense capabilities, underpinned by a robust ROK-US combined defense posture. At the recent Korea-US summit in Gyeongju, our two leaders discussed Korea's commitment to increasing its defense spending and assuming a leading role in our own defense. Yet these measures alone will not suffice. They must be accompanied by efforts to prevent inadvertent conflict, de-escalate tensions, and restore dialogue with North Korea. President Lee's intent to act as a pacemaker, supporting President Trump's role as a peacemaker, reflects Korea's recognition that the sequence of US-North Korea and inter-Korean talks is less important than the restoration of the talks itself. A nuclear-free Korean Peninsula is an imperative we must never abandon. The END initiative embodies the goal of pursuing exchange, normalization, and denuclearization in parallel. The Korean government will make every effort to advance denuclearization and build a peace regime through a phased approach that stops North Korea's arsenals, reduces them, and ultimately dismantles them. A constructive role by China is crucial to restoring dialogue with North Korea. We also look to Japan's steadfast support and continued cooperation in this endeavor. The quest for peaceful coexistence should not be limited to the Korean Peninsula, but we must seek to prevent the hardening of confrontational blocs in our region as well. Accordingly, even as we strengthen trilateral cooperation among the Korea, US, and Japan, we will also advance cooperation among Korea, China, and Japan as part of our efforts to promote regional stability. In this light, we very much welcome the fact that APEC served as a bridge to facilitate the first US-China summit in the second Trump administration. Ladies and gentlemen, emerging technologies, especially artificial intelligence, are driving profound industrial transformations, bringing both challenges and opportunities. The Korean government is firmly committed to working with the international community to harness the power and potential of AI to unlock new opportunities. In particular, we plan to invest heavily in developing physical AI that interacts with the real world, which can be applied to robotics, automobiles, and shipbuilding, among others. At the APEC leaders meeting, Korea also played a leading role in the adoption of the AI initiative. This is APEC's first joint vision on AI, and the first AI declaration signed by both US and China at leaders level. Through this initiative, Korea will contribute to the AI transformation in the Asia-Pacific region and beyond, while demonstrating leadership in global AI governance. It goes without saying that the public and private sectors must work together as one team. President Lee recently met with the CEOs of NVIDIA and OpenAI to discuss ways to strengthen collaboration in AI infrastructure, technology development, joint research, training, and startup support. Likewise, the presence of speakers from private sector today is to be applauded. Collaboration with key partner countries is also essential. Korea is advancing the ROC-US alliance into a future-oriented, comprehensive strategic alliance, pushing the envelope beyond security and economic ties to include science and technology cooperation as the third pillar. We're also working with Japan to build a foundation that produces synergy in AI and other future industries. These partnerships will be pivotal for Korea to navigate the shifting global landscape. Korea will anchor our diplomacy in pragmatism, guided by national interests, while seeking to move beyond confrontation towards peaceful coexistence and shared prosperity. As we go forward, I look to you for your continued invaluable support and partnership on this momentous journey. Thank you very much.
감사합니다, 대사님. 대사님께 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
So thank you very much, Ambassador. Please give him a big round of applause.
다음으로 잠시 기념 촬영 및 장례
Now
정리를
we are
하겠습니다.
going to set the stage and have
원장님,
a group photo
소장님과
taking.
세션 패널
I would
분들께서는
like to ask the
사진
Chancellor,
촬영을 위해
Director,
단상으로 올라와 주십시오.
ambassadors, and all the panelists to
참석자
come up to the
여러분께서는
stage.
잠시 자리에서 기다려 주시기
So
바랍니다.
please wait for a while.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
잠시 장례 정리를 한 후에 바로 1세션을
So
시작할
after
예정이오니
arranging the
참석자
stage, the first session
여러분들께서는
will
자리에
be started
착석하여
shortly.
잠시 기다려 주시기
I would like to
바랍니다.
ask all the participants to be seated.
지금부터 변화하는 국제 질서 속
We're now
한국의 실용 외교를
going to
주제로
start session
1세션을
1
시작하겠습니다.
on Korea's pragmatic
패널
diplomacy in a
여러분께서는
changing
연단
world.
위로 올라와 주시기
So I would
바랍니다.
like to invite the panelists to come up to the stage. Thank you.
먼저 안내 말씀드립니다.
So first, a word of
청중분들의
announcement.
다양한 질문을 수합하고자 11시에서 11시 10분 사이에
From 11 to
진행 요원이
11:10,
질문지를 수거할
we're
예정이오니
going to collect
질문이
question
있으신
sheets so that we can
분들은 이
collect
나눠드린
questions from the
질문지를
floor.
작성하여 제출해
So
주시기 바랍니다.
we've given you question sheets. If you can fill that out and put in your questions, we'll collect it at 11.
그럼 1세션
Okay,
사회를
then we're
맡아주실
going to start session
이문희
1, and I'd like
외교 안보
to
연구소장님을
introduce
소개해드리겠습니다.
His Excellency Lee
이문희
Moonhee,
소장님은
Senior Executive
장관
Director of
정책보좌관,
IFANS.
북핵 외교
Director Lee Moonhee
기획단장,
has previously served as
국가안보실
Minister
외교
of
비서관
Policy
등을
Aide, Head of the
역임하고
North Korea Nuclear
2023년
Diplomacy Task Force,
외교 안보
and
연구소장으로
Foreign Affairs
부임하셨습니다.
Secretary of the National Security Office, and was
소장님께
appointed
큰 박수
Director of the Institute of
부탁드립니다.
Foreign Affairs and National Security in 2023. Please join me in giving a big round of applause. Thank you.
예, 안녕하십니까. 방금
Yes, good
소개받은
morning.
외교안보연구소장입니다.
Lee Moonhee,
오늘 이렇게
and I
추운
was just
날씨에도 불구하고
introduced. I am
자리에
the
참여해 주신 모든 또
Senior
청중 여러분,
Executive Director
국민들께
at IFANS.
감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for
오늘
coming out
첫
today despite the
세션은
cold
아까
weather.
설명을 드린 대로
Today,
변화하는 국제 질서
we're
속에서의
talking
한국의
about
실용
Korea's
외교입니다.
pragmatic diplomacy in a changing world. For session 1,
장관님의
as was just
연설에서도 또 우리
introduced,
원장님의
and at
환영사에서도
the welcoming
많이
remarks
얘기가
and the opening
됐는데요.
address, the keynote address, we
세상
talked about
질서가
this a little
기존에
bit.
저희들이 알고 있던
But the
거와는
world is
많이 또
changing
다른
really
다르게 흘러가고
fast.
있습니다.
Things are rapidly
벌어지고
changing. We're
기후
facing
변화와 같은
war
또
around the world.
인류의
Climate
생존을 위협하는
change is also
그런 위기 상황
threatening
계속되고
everyone
있고
on Earth.
AI와 같은 신기술도
AI
계속
technology
발전이 되는
is bringing
가운데
about drastic
우리가
changes
지난
as well.
2차 세계대전 이후에
After the
지켜왔던
Second
또 국제
World
질서는
War,
크게
we had
또
a
여동을
world
치고
order,
있습니다.
and that's
이런
drastically
차원에서
changed, and
우리
everything's
이재명 정부가 새롭게 출범을
changed.
해서
A lot of
국익 중심의
uncertainties, and
실용
amidst
외교를
all of
추진해
this,
나가는데
the new
바로 주변에
administration in
있는
Korea has
우리
launched the
주요
Lee Jae-myung
국가들의
administration,
대사님을 모시는 또 귀한
and
자리 그리고
we're trying to navigate all
한국
of these
정부의 외교
uncertainties
정책에
with
대해서 누구보다
pragmatism.
관심이 있으신 우리
So we've
미국의
invited
잭 쿠퍼 기업
a lot of
연구소
excellencies here
상임연구위원님
today,
또 제일
ambassadors,
전문가이신
Zack Cooper as well from
전재성
the United
박사님,
States,
서울대학교
American
전재성
Enterprise
박사님을 모시고
Institute,
첫
and
세션을 진행하게 되었습니다.
Seoul National University
지금 세
Professor
분
Chun
대사님은
Jae-sung
뭐
as well.
추가적인
I
설명이
have
필요가
three
없으실
ambassadors here
건데요.
on stage. I don't need to really
아시겠지만
introduce
우리
them. They
주한
will
일본
probably
대사님 와
speak for
계시고
themselves, but we have the
또
ambassador
다이빙
of Japan to
중국
Korea,
대사님 와 계시고
and then His Excellency Pat
원칼
Taibing
중국이 또 싱가포르
from the
대사님
People's Republic of China,
자,
and
일단 먼저 우리
from the
패널
Republic
분들께
of
박수
Singapore
한번
as well.
주시면.
One country. So first, can you give a big round of applause to all the panelists, please? Thank you.
네, 오늘 첫 번째 세션은 한 2시간 정도
So
진행을
we
할
have
예정입니다.
2 hours
먼저
actually for
제가
this
좀
first
전에
session this
말씀드린
morning,
대로 변화하는 세계
and
질서
it's
속에서
about
우리
Korea's
정부의
pragmatic
실용 외교에
diplomacy
대한
in a changing world.
일본과
That's the
중국
theme.
그리고 싱가포르에서
So
바라보는
Singapore, China, Japan, all these
시각이랄까요?
countries have perspectives, I'm sure,
발언을 좀
and
들으시고
can give some
그다음에 우리
comments
잭
on this
쿠퍼
theme. And then we'll
연구위원님으로부터도
go to Zack
또 좋은
Cooper
말씀 그리고 우리
to
한국의
hear
전문가이신
from
전재성
Zack
교수님으로부터
about his
얘기
views,
듣는
and
순으로
then
먼저 진행을 하겠습니다.
from
먼저
Seoul National
미즈시마
University,
대사님.
Chun Jae-sung. So
바로
first, His Excellency MIZUSHIMA.
Hi. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for introduction, Ambassador. I think the theme of this session is about the Korean pragmatic diplomacy, but let me talk about our foreign policy, Japanese foreign policy in this region, and so that you can understand more. Better, and to understand that our bilateral relationship between Japan and Korea as well. So let me just first begin with the issue, our observations on the international situation and our foreign policy. So I think that everyone understands now the global situation remains very challenging, and marked by Russia's ongoing aggression in Ukraine and continued instability in the Middle East. And our free and open international order based on the rule of law faces significant challenges across the international community. And at the same time, we observe the growing influence of the global South, so-called, and increasing diversification within the international community. So, and domestically, the many countries are facing and experiences heightened internal divisions and political tensions. And while multilateralism center of the United Nations is facing difficulties, global challenges such as climate change, new threats like cyber attacks and the spread of disinformation are pulling up. So in this era, international cooperation and collaborations are more essential than ever before. So at this historic turning point, Japan is committed proactively contribute to create a peaceful and stable global environment. So this involves securing peace, security, and prosperity of our nation and its people while upholding and strengthening an international order based on universal values, principles such as freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. So to achieve this, Japan conducts the diplomacy based on the fundamental policy of leading the strengthening of the international order. This involved three key pillars. The first, enhancing and reinforcing the Japan-US alliance. And second, fostering cooperation with allies and like-minded countries to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific FOIP. And third, building a partnership with the Global South, whose voices in the international community is growing stronger. So I believe these directions largely align with the foreign policy of the Republic of Korea, which faces a similar strategic environment. So above all, the Japan-US alliances is a cornerstone of Japan's diplomacy and security, and the foundation for peace and stability of this region. The Indo-Pacific, strategically vital for Japan, is a dynamic region with immense potential, and its instability and prosperity are indispensable for global stability. Based on this conviction, Japan is actively promoting a free and open Indo-Pacific FOIP. So to realize FOIP, it is crucial to build and expand a multi-layered network of alliances and like-minded partners, and such as Japan, US, ROK, the Quad, the Japan, US, Australia, and Japan, US, Philippines, while strengthening multilateral security cooperation with ROK, Australia, India, European nations, ASEAN member states, Canada, NATO, EU, and Pacific Island countries. And furthermore, platforms like NATO plus IP4, the Pacific Islands Leaders Meeting, we call it PALM, and the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, we call it TICAD, serve as crucial avenues for promoting cooperation and collaboration with diverse nations. And I will talk about Japan-Korea relations. And in advancing Japanese diplomacy, the relationship with the ROK is particularly important as we share similar strategic environments. And given the current strategic landscape, Japan and ROK are crucial neighbors who should cooperate as partners on various challenges facing the international community. So consequently, the importance of Japan-ROK relations and Japan-ROK-US cooperation has grown even further. So Japan and ROK have launched so-called shuttle diplomacy, where our leaders frequently visit each other's countries without adhering to strict formalities. Since President Lee Jae-myung took office in June, he has held 4 summit meetings with former Prime Minister Ishiba, including phone calls. In August, President Lee visited Japan as his first foreign visit to Japan, and it is the first time since the normalization of diplomatic relations between two countries that the ROK president has chosen Japan as their first bilateral visit. So 1 month later, former Prime Minister Ishiba visited Busan. So then Prime Minister Takaichi, incumbent Prime Minister, who just took office on October 21st, visited Korea shortly after to attend the APEC summit meeting and held the bilateral summit meetings with President Lee Jae-myung. So during their meeting, the two leaders engaged in a frank exchange of views on overall Japan-ROK relations and also regional situations. They concurred that while there are pending issues due to our close proximity as neighbors, these should be managed under the strong leadership of two leaders. They agreed to steadily develop Japan-ROK relations in a future-oriented manner, building upon the foundation established since the normalization of diplomatic ties, and to continue actively implementing shuttle diplomacy and maintaining close communication between both governments. I think these facts that the two leaders met 3 months in a row is unprecedented. I think this is really helping our relations to the more cooperative matters and also in a future-oriented manner as well. And I will touch upon a bit about the Japan, Korea, and the U.S. relations. And I think these Japan-U.S. ROK cooperation, our foreign ministers already met 5 times this year. Since that means since the inauguration of the Trump administration. So through action-oriented discussions, we have made concrete progress, particularly concerning responses to North Korea and specific initiatives in the security field, including economic security. At the strategic environment surrounding us, and this trilateral cooperation becomes increasingly important, and it is vital for our 3 countries to strengthen our unity and continuously demonstrate the robust Japan-U.S. alliance, the ROK-U.S. alliance, and their strategic alignment to realize FOIP and some peace and stability in this region. So we have also reaffirmed our trilateral commitment towards the complete denuclearization of North Korea in accordance with UN Security Council resolutions. And let me touch upon the relationship and cooperation among Japan, China, and Korea. And I think this trilateral cooperation, Japan currently holds the presidency of the summit. And we are working to coordinate the next summit to be held for the earliest appropriate timing, and are making maximum efforts to further promote Japan-China ROK cooperation. The 3 nations possesses significant influence and responsibility for peace and prosperity in this region. So, and finally, that I will repeat again, that Japan will continue to play a responsible role, working hand in hand with nations that share universal values such as freedom, democracy, human rights, and others, rule of law, to realize peaceful and stable international community. And we believe that our relationship with our neighbor, especially ROK, is a strategic benefit for both sides. And this should not be retreated. And we should strengthen this cooperation. And Japan and Korea should be responsible for making this region as well as the international community peaceful and stable and prosperous. So moving forward, Japan will look to the future and continue to deepen trust and cooperation with ROK and other partners as we collectively forge a new era. So thank you very much.
예, 미즈시마 대사님 감사합니다.
Thank you very
변화하는
much,
세계 질서,
Ambassador.
특히 동아시아 질서에 대한 일본
In this
정부의
changing
시각과 또 정책에 대해서
international
아주 상세하게
environment, you
설명을
have
잘
shared the
해주신 것
perspective
같습니다.
of Japanese policies
다음으로
and Japanese
다이빙
diplomacy.
주한
Next, we'll move to
모시겠습니다.
the Ambassador of China to the Republic of Korea, Ambassador Daibing.
Thank you, Moderator. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor to attend the Seoul Diplomacy Forum hosted by the Korean National Diplomatic Academy. I would like to share my perspective on the current international landscape and on China-ROK relations. And I look forward to engage in an in-depth discussion with all participants and benefit from your valuable insights. Part 1. At present, the world is undergoing profound changes, unseen in a century. Deficits in peace, development, security, and governance continue to grow. China believes these changes are reflected in 4 major transformations. First, the international governance landscape is evolving. The balance of the global power is undergoing profound adjustment. The post-World War II international political order is increasingly unable to adapt to the new circumstances. Developed countries have shown declining willingness and capacity to contribute to global affairs and governance, while emerging economies and developing countries are rising collectively. The Global South is playing a growing and more influential role in promoting world peace and prosperity. Multipolarity has become an irreversible trend of the times. Second, the global development landscape is changing. Some countries abuse the concept of the national security, politicizing development issues. Protectionism is on the rise. Certain countries impose unilateral tariffs and erect artificial barriers, accelerating regionalization and fragmentations of the global trade and seriously disrupting the normal functioning of the multilateral trade system. Third, the global security landscape is shifting. Global security risks are accumulating at a faster pace, with regional conflicts erupting in multiple areas. Some countries persisted in the Cold War mentality, form exclusive small groups, and apply international rules selectively, contributing to the resurgence of the zero-sum thinking. Renewed geopolitical rivalry and bloc confrontations, the UN-centered international system is under severe impact. Fourth, the global science and technology landscape is being reshaped. A new round of scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation is advancing rapidly. AI is developing explosively, profoundly changing human production and lifestyles. Unprecedented in history. Countries with emerging technologies are accelerating innovation efforts and asymmetric catch-up, while some traditional technological powers attempted to maintain their advantages through various means, even at the cost of setting pressure and limits upon other countries. At the same time, new technologies such as AI may reshape human civilization and governance models, bringing uncertainty to the technological security, reliability, and controllability. In Chinese language, crises have 2 characters: One is crisis, one is opportunity. So face these intertwined changes and instabilities, China remains a force for peace, unity, openness, justice, and inclusiveness. China's stability provides strong support for global strategic stability, and China's certainty helps counter global uncertainties. We are advancing the Chinese modernization in a steady and comprehensive manner, contributing to the building of a community with a shared future. For mankind, efforts that have earned broad international recognition. Part 2. Since taking office, President Lee Jae-myung has pursued a pragmatic, national interest-centered diplomacy, working actively to forge ties with all countries, expand the ROK's diplomatic space, improve its economy and people's livelihoods, and enhance its international image and status. Under the leadership of President Lee, the ROK successfully hosted the APEC meeting in the historic city of Jinju. Frankly speaking, this was not an easy work. The new ROK administration have been in office for only 5 months, while multilateralism and free trade was facing severe challenges globally. The ROK's open, inclusive, and responsible role as a host, along with its efficient, modern, and well-organized arrangements, left a deep impression on the international community, including China. We look forward to the new ROK administration achieving further diplomatic success. Part 3. China and ROK are important neighbors and that cannot be moved apart, and indispensable partners that cannot be separated. Not long ago, my President Xi Jinping visited ROK to attend the APEC meeting and pay a state visit, both of which achieved complete success. The visit provided strategic guidance to the China-ROK relations and opened a new chapter in our bilateral relations. This was President Xi's first visit to ROK in 11 years, and his first in-person meeting with President Lee since the latter took office. The two leaders reached a series of important consensus and reaffirmed the China-ROK strategic cooperative partnership, strengthening confidence in cooperation across various sectors in both countries and injecting new impetus into practical cooperation. Both sides agreed to accelerate the second phase negotiations of China-ROK FTA, deepening cooperation in emerging sectors, enhancing healthy and meaningful people-to-people exchanges, and improve the facilitations of personnel movement. More than 10 cooperation documents were signed, demonstrating the wide scope, great potential, and bright prospect of China-ROK cooperation. President Xi's participation in the APEC meeting at the ROK's invitation was a valuable show of support for the ROK as the host and a firm commitment to openness and cooperation in Asia Pacific. In both his speeches, President Xi emphasized that the rough the seas becomes, the more important is to work together in the same boat. His call for inclusive and mutually beneficial economic globalization resonated widely and reinforced confidence in safeguarding multilateralism, free trade, and an open economy. The China-US heads of state meeting held during the visit attracted global attention. The ROK provided help of assistance for the summit in Busan, and China appreciates their efforts. We believe the ROK is fully capable of developing sound relations with both China and the United States in parallel way. With this best serves the ROK's own national interests. The last part. The fourth preliminary session of the 20th CPC Central Committee came to a success close recently, adopting the recommendation for the fifth five-year plan and outlining China's grand vision for the advancing Chinese modernization over the next 5 years. During the past 5 years, despite a weak global economic recovery and a complex external environment, China has adhered to the high-quality development and high-level opening up, achieving sustainable gains in international strengths and making notable breakthrough in high-tech fields. China follows the leadership of the Communist Party of China, stays on the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and consistently implements long-term plans with determinations and focus, being a better self. China has long been a major engine of the global economic growth, benefiting not only the Chinese people, but also the world, especially neighboring countries. To work with China is to work with opportunity. The recent improvement in China-ROK relations has not come easily and deserves to be cherished all the more. Both sides should implement the important consensus reached by our two leaders, promote positive momentum, properly manage negative factors, and ensure that China-ROK relations ride on the momentum and achieve steady and sustained progress. I thank you, Moderator.
예, 다이빙 대사님
Yeah, thank you very much,
감사합니다.
Ambassador
최근의
Daiving.
한중 관계
Talking
발전을
about the
중심으로 또
ROK
두고
and China
정부의
relationships, how
시각과
it's gaining
하고 있는 정책
momentum,
방향에
being
대해서 잘
improved. Also,
설명을
China's
해주셨습니다.
policies
다음으로
was
주한
introduced very well.
싱가포르
Thank you very much.
콩카이준 대사님 모시겠습니다.
So now we are going to have Ambassador Hyoung-chan from the Singaporean Embassy to Korea.
오케이, of course. 자, 그러면 우리 제쿠퍼 연구위원님부터. 예.
Of course. Well, first, I want to join everyone in thanking KNDA for this wonderful event. It's maybe appropriate that I'm speaking next because Americans are now very unpredictable. You never know what we'll do. So I want to talk a little bit about two things that have been raised already, which is really the unpredictable nature of the world that we're in and the increasingly multipolar nature of that world. And I think we've already heard this morning some very wise comments about how the world is changing. And I think this is true. Of course, none of us have really experienced a multipolar world like the one that we're entering. I don't think if you even look at most academics, we don't know what a multipolar world is going to look like. We just know that it's going to look very different than the world that we were used to for the last 80 years. And this may be controversial on the panel, but I think part of the challenge here is that the two leading powers in terms of economic size, the United States and China, neither of them has a clear vision for what they want the future of world order to look like. We may have components of that vision, but I don't think we actually have agreement within our government, within our policies, about the key elements of that future order. And part of the reason is that this system is much more fragmented than anything that we've dealt with in the past. So what I mean is that if you look at certain parts of the world look still quite unipolar, right? You could look at North America today. Venezuela is experiencing American unipolarity in the Americas. There are other parts of the world that look, I think, quite bipolar, right? You could look at Eastern Europe, Russia and the European Union facing off. And then there are other parts of the world, like here in Asia, which are highly multipolar and incredibly complex. And this is true on functional issues as well, right? The US and China may be in the lead on artificial intelligence, for example, but on other issue sets, we have many, many players who are competing. And so this is a much more fragmented world than anything that any of us have grown up with. And that makes it also much more unpredictable. So one of the implications of a more fractured multipolar world is that I actually think we're heading into a coalition-focused world, one in which the small groups that Ambassador Dai brought up are actually going to be more common rather than less. Because in a bipolar world like the one that existed in the Cold War, you often get fixed alliances, right? And we here in this room have benefited in many ways from these fixed alliances over the last 70 or 80 years. But in a multipolar system, you don't get fixed alliances. You tend to get changing partnerships because as power ebbs and flows, countries have to change their alignments fairly rapidly. And this is part of why I think President Lee's approach of pragmatism is so smart and has been so effective. I remember coming here in June, right after President Lee came to office, and I will admit that I was quite concerned about what was going to happen in US-Korea relations. I did not imagine that President Lee would manage President Trump and the US relationship so adeptly. But I think his pragmatism has been exactly what is called for in this moment, and it's proving to be highly effective. We saw that in August in Washington. We saw it just in the last couple of weeks here in Korea. And so what does this mean as we go forward? Let me just lay out three big ideas, then I'll happily pass it back. The first, we are going to have multiple countries jointly developing a vision of world order, and this is going to be incredibly difficult. If you go back to the period where the current order was mostly created, 1944, 45, 46, this was driven in large part by the United States. I'm not sure that's going to happen this time. I remember in the first Trump term, I was at the White House for a little while talking to a very senior administration official, and I said, we need to rebuild the foundations of this order. And the official said to me, you don't understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to tear the order down. And I think there are some people in the United States who genuinely believe this. And I know others on the panel will speak about this more, but this is a challenge for friends in Asia, of course. Part of the reason that the order worked so well for the last 80 years was that the United States accepted a basic bet on the future. And the bet was that if the United States gave away power in the short term, if it strategically restrained itself, that in the long term there would be massive benefits, not just for the United States, but for other countries in the region. And I think that was true then, I think that would be a wise strategy now, but I'll be candid, I don't see either Washington or Beijing endorsing that approach going forward. So, second point, I think what that means for middle powers is that their leadership is all the more important right now. So there was a moment where Korea could sit on the sidelines and focus mostly here on the peninsula. But as we heard from the ambassador's comments earlier, that moment is gone. Korea has to step up. Japan has to step up. Singapore has to step up, because the top powers are going to be unable to build this new system alone, and they may not, in fact, even have the basic ideas for the kind of system that they want to build. I think you could look at Japanese leadership in the Trans-Pacific Partnership, creating CPTPP and keeping it going. Korea potentially could be a key partner in that as well, as Singapore has been. So the middle power role in this new world is going to be incredibly important, much more important than anything that I think we're used to dealing with over the last 80 years. And then let me add just one last point about pragmatism and the US-ROK relationship. We don't have an American government official here, but I think I can say pretty confidently that most American government officials feel like the US-South Korea relationship is in a good place right now. And I think a lot of that comes back to the roles of President Lee and President Trump over the last 3 months in building a very strong relationship. But we have to understand that there are some structural tensions beneath the waterline in the US-Korea relationship. And here I think the biggest one is going to come down to what the US priority is. And my guess is that the US priority in this region is not going to be North Korea. It's probably going to be dealing with China and the order that we want to create in East Asia. And to that extent, it is going to be absolutely critical that the US and South Korea are on the same page going forward strategically. And I'll say I think the South Korean government has done a very able job of trying to maintain that cohesion in the alliance so far. But I think there are real challenges going forward about the prioritization that we put on China and vis-a-vis North Korea, about the general principles about how we want this order to function. And I think we're going to have to see Seoul not only lead in terms of building the regional and the global order, but also now lead in directing the US-ROK alliance. So many of the US allies in East Asia have been pretty used to the United States pushing them very hard in one direction or another. There's a term in Japanese, gaiatsu, that sort of describes this logic, right? That the US is sort of pressing Tokyo to make certain decisions. In many ways, this is now the reverse that's happening. We need Korea, we need Japan, we need Singapore to direct the United States about how to improve its policies in this region, because you're the countries that are here, that are present, that are listening most closely to what's going on here. So with that, I'll turn it back to you and look forward to Ambassador Wong's comments.
예, 국부연구원님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Zack Cooper, for that.
다음 그러면 이제 원 카이준 대사님.
So now Ambassador Wong Kai-jun.
Excellency Chancellor Hyoung-chan, Ambassador Moonhee, my fellow ambassadors and panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 안녕하십니까? First and foremost, I'd like to express my appreciation to the Korea National Diplomatic Academy for inviting me to speak as a panelist at this year's Seoul Diplomacy Forum. Our discussions today will revolve around Korea's foreign policy paradigm, and it is therefore fitting that I begin by commending the ROK on its excellent chairmanship of APEC this year, which culminated in a very successful summit in Gyeongju about a fortnight ago. I also extend my commendation to the ROK for your presidency of the UN Security Council in September this year, during which you hosted an open debate on AI and international peace and security, which was presided over by President Lee Jae-myung, which marked the first time that the ROK president had chaired a UN Security Council meeting. So that is commendable indeed. President Lee Jae-myung also made his first appearance at an ASEAN summit this year to the very warm welcome of other ASEAN leaders. I also extend my thanks to the ROK for hosting the official visit of my Prime Minister Lawrence Wong when he visited the ROK earlier this month, and during which we upgraded our bilateral ties to a strategic partnership. All these are just some examples of the numerous achievements that the ROK has managed to achieve under its pragmatic and national interest-based foreign policy. And I thought it was important and useful for me to cite this at the start of my remarks before I go on to discuss the other issues that I've been asked to speak about today. I have been asked to share perspectives from Singapore and ASEAN on the developments in the region and the world, and to share our views on the Korean government's diplomatic direction, and also to talk about the opportunities for closer collaboration with the ROK against this particular backdrop. So let me first begin by talking about how I see the world around us. The biggest challenge that we all currently face today is the unraveling of the global system as we know it. Much has already been said about this unraveling, so I will not go into the details here. But suffice to say, many of the old rules are now being overturned, and many new rules are in the process of being written. It is therefore a period of great uncertainty for all of us. For Singapore and ASEAN, this is no trivial matter because it is an existential issue. It has very deep and profound impact on all of us. Much is at stake. For small states like Singapore, we thrive when we are embedded in an open, inclusive, stable, peaceful, rules-based international order and multilateral trading system, where there's an international system of rules and norms which govern how countries should interact and how global cooperation should be facilitated. And where there can be free flow of trade and capital and people and ideas, that is all the better for us. So in short, a rules-based international system creates space for small states like Singapore to participate meaningfully in world affairs and to benefit from global trade and development. However, the very conditions which have enabled peace and stability, growth and development in our countries and in our region over the past few decades are now coming apart. And the situation is exacerbated by the rivalry between China and the US. While it was encouraging that President Xi Jinping and President Donald Trump met in Busan last month, which signaled that the world's two largest economies are constructively engaging in dialogue to find a way to move ahead in their relationship, it will take more than just one meeting to remove the mistrust and suspicion between them. And in the meantime, we can expect both countries to continue to take steps to insulate themselves against each other. And while both the US and China say that they do not wish to force countries to take sides, what is happening is that each of them seeks to draw others closer to them, which is understandable. But this has obvious implications for many countries around the world, including those in ASEAN, and I also believe the ROK, which have deep and multifaceted relations with both China and the US. As the old international system phrase, a new one will eventually emerge and take its place. It is likely to be more multipolar, less coordinated, and more contested. And what does that mean for small states like Singapore? Well, although Singapore is small, we are not without agency. While we cannot change the course of the turbulent tides around us, that does not mean that we accept our fate and be passively swept along by the stormy waves. On the contrary, we have to be proactive in forging our own destiny ahead. Despite the choppy waters, we have to swim very hard, because our very survival, our ability to thrive, depends on it. We do as much as we can to preserve, reinforce, or even create multilateral frameworks that matter so that we can lay the groundwork today for a global order that will emerge tomorrow that can be more stable and conducive to our growth. There are many like-minded countries out there in the world that share our commitment to an open, stable, and rules-based international order, and that includes the ROK. And with these like-minded partners, we can and we will intensify our collaboration to jointly secure our future in this complex and uncertain world. And here is where I'd like to talk about the ROK's foreign policy, specifically where it pertains to Singapore and ASEAN and the opportunities that it brings. So I start with ASEAN, a fast-growing region which is on track to become the world's fourth largest economy by 2030. ASEAN deeply values our collaborative relationship with the ROK, which is why we elevated our ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership, or CSP for short, at last year's 35th anniversary of ASEAN-Korea dialogue relations. And as I mentioned earlier, ASEAN was very pleased to welcome President Lee Jae-myung to his first ASEAN-ROK summit in Kuala Lumpur last month, where he reaffirmed the ROK's commitment to developing ties with ASEAN. In particular, we are encouraged by the initiative that President Lee Jae-myung had laid out during the summit. And the initiative is known as the CSP Vision, which stands for Contributor, Springboard, and Partner. In short, the ROK seeks to be a contributor to ASEAN's region's hopes and dreams, which will complement ASEAN's efforts to become a people-centric community. It's a springboard for the region's growth and development and innovation, with a goal of reaching $300 billion in annual trade between the two sides. And thirdly, P, a partnership for peace and stability, which will help to build resilience within ASEAN in areas ranging from disaster management, maritime security, and transnational crime prevention. And it is very clear that this CSP vision that President Lee Jae-myung had laid out has taken into account ASEAN's own Community Vision 2045, which is a strategic roadmap for ASEAN to become a more resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered community in 20 years' time. So we appreciate the fact that President Lee Jae-myung and his government has come up with a CSP vision that aligns well with ASEAN's own plans. And we are heartened by the ROK's long-standing support for ASEAN centrality. So the ASEAN-ROK cooperation agenda will be a very full one. We will be commencing negotiations on an upgrade of the ASEAN-Korea FTA next year. That was signed in 2006. And we will ensure that through this upgrade, it will continue to be relevant to business, trade facilitative, and responsive to regional and global developments. As the country coordinator for ROK-ASEAN economic relations, Singapore will do our best to facilitate a meaningful and substantive forward-looking upgrade to this FTA. We will also work with the ROK to effectively implement the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP. We also look forward to the ROK's participation in developing the ASEAN Power Grid, which will help the ASEAN region along in its green transition. The ROK is actually very well placed to share its expertise in storage and in energy storage and smart grid technologies, as well as to mobilize green finance for energy infrastructure. As a world leader in digital technologies, the ROK can also support ASEAN's digital transformation as we implement our Digital Economic Framework Agreement. Another area in which ASEAN and ROK can cooperate is to combat online scams, which are being perpetrated by organized transnational groups. Please also allow me to speak a little bit about Singapore-ROK relations. This year marks the 50th anniversary of our diplomatic ties. Our countries share robust economic and people-to-people links. We also share common strategic perspectives on many regional and international issues, including the importance of free trade, multilateralism, and a rules-based international order. Our countries are also like-minded in our commitment to the complete denuclearization and lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula. Singapore supports the ROK's efforts to de-escalate tensions and to resume dialogue with the DPRK. Our two countries are also working together bilaterally and with other regional partners to strengthen regional architecture, reform global institutions, and address global challenges, such as those brought about by rapid technological advancement and climate change. Our cooperation in these strategic and cutting-edge areas will be pathfinders for broader regional cooperation and contribute to a more resilient global order. Through the Singapore-ROK Strategic Partnership that we launched this month, we will pave the way for closer collaboration in many areas, such as AI safety and governance, the digital economy, energy transition, defense technology, connectivity, cultural exchanges, and much more. And beyond the bilateral dimension, there's also a lot more that Singapore and the ROK can do together. For instance, through the Plurilateral Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, of which the ROK became the first non-founding member last year. We also welcome the ROK's participation in the CPTPP and also the future of investment and trade partnership when the ROK is ready. All in all, what we see is that with all the deepening close collaboration that the ROK shares with Singapore and with ASEAN, that is very much proof of our shared conviction that in these uncertain and tumultuous times, countries like ours can and must work together pragmatically and strategically for mutual benefit for our region and for the greater good. And I think it's a good point for me to stop. Thank you very much, everyone. 감사합니다.
웡 대사님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much,
한국과
Ambassador
싱가포르
Wong.
관계를 중심으로
Focusing
아세안의
on Singapore and
시각에서
Korea's alliance and
전체
relationship,
국제 정세에
he mentioned
대해서
about the
잘
current
설명해
international relations
주셨습니다.
from the
다음으로
perspective
서울대학교
of
전재성
Singapore.
교수님
Now we are going to have Professor Chun Jae-sung from Seoul
감사합니다.
National University.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be part of this great panel. With special thanks to Chancellor Che. I will talk about two things basically. One is about changing international order. The second, pragmatic diplomacy of my government. What I wish to my government as well. So we said that this is a time of uncertainty. It's really hard to predict what will happen. So it is unpredictable and an uncertain world. However, I think it is not unexplainable about these uncertainties. I will talk about why we came up with this kind of world order. So to understand the shifts we are witnessing in today's world order, we must first revisit the major transformations that unfolded during the last 30 years, which we call so-called post-Cold War era. Those 3 decades were fundamentally shaped by US-led unipolar hegemony, and the liberal international order is sustained. The problem is that the United States shouldered the responsibility of providing the global public goods, which is necessary for maintaining international security and open liberal economic order. This heavy burden inevitably led to overspending, and the fatigue of prolonged hegemony made a structural adjustment unavoidable. However, because Washington believed its overwhelming national power would endure, these adjustments were repeatedly postponed. At the same time, other states also assumed that America's hegemonic leadership would continue indefinitely, and therefore did not voluntarily share the burden of producing international public goods. These accumulated delays help explain why today's international environment feels increasingly shaped by deal-making and transactional bargaining, particularly visible during the second Trump administration. But the last 30 years were not only marked by difficulties within the liberal order, there was globalization, which is the first in human history, economic, technological, and societal. These globalization expanded rapidly, and we know that a neoliberal economic globalization reshaped markets and accelerated integration. But technological globalization connected the world in real time, creating a shared global public sphere. Transnational threats also emerged in ways that no single country could manage alone, strengthening the need for collective action at the global level. Today, we clearly see the negative consequences of neoliberal globalization as manifest in 2008 economic recession. State capacities have weakened. Democratic institutions have eroded in some countries. We call this democratic backsliding. Populism, right-wing nationalism have gained strength. Yet, despite these challenges, I believe that fundamental globalization will not reverse. Technological networks will continue to integrate societies. The global public sphere will remain active, and transnational threats and global collective bads will intensify. So it is difficult to imagine an international order that can function without some form of global governance. Meanwhile, the rapid advancement of technologies such as artificial intelligence presents new challenges related to balancing innovation and regulation. Apart from this, we have a separate phenomenon, which is strategic rivalry between the United States and China. So the hegemonic fatigue does not necessarily connect it to the rising Chinese, new phenomenon, the strategic challenges between US and China. China's challenge is not solely a competition for material power within the existing system. So this is the first time for non-Western countries strive for the leadership status. Rather, China, drawing on its long civilizational tradition, which is great, seeks to shape an international order that reflects its own values and historical identity. This aspiration is not necessarily negative. It may reflect an attempt to offer alternatives to the limitations of the current order. China's various global initiatives, including its recent global governance initiative from Tianjin, should be understood within this broader context. The primary concern is that competing visions for the future order may clash and escalate into military confrontation rather than coexist peacefully. Preventing such an outcome must be a global priority. Next part is about our government's pragmatic diplomacy. It is not a new phenomenon. It reflects the dilemmas and responsibilities faced by an emerging middle power navigating rapid geopolitical change. If you look back at the history of our foreign policy, Korean foreign policy has long been shaped by the tensions between values and interests, principles and expediency, and normative commitments and situational responses. Surrounded by major powers, Korea has historically struggled to find the right balance among these competing priorities. Today's pragmatic diplomacy is best understood as national interest-centered strategy designed to minimize risks and protect Korea's core interests amid great power competition and the restructuring of global supply chains. It reflects a practical effort to safeguard both security and economic well-being in an increasingly uncertain environment. Nevertheless, this pragmatic diplomacy may be interpreted, especially from abroad, as opportunistic or transactional, resembling the America First and deal-focused diplomacy of the current U.S. administration, which is not true, I believe. To prevent such understandings, Korea must clearly articulate the principles that guide its decisions. It must explain how the negotiations that we saw regarding the alliance, for example, will fit within the broader deterrence architecture and how they can contribute not only to Korea's security, but also to regional stability within the US-RK alliance. This is essential to distinguish principled pragmatism from narrow transactionalism. For this reason, our government has emphasized that pragmatic diplomacy must be balanced by global responsibility. That's another main concept of this government. Responsibility in this context means committing to the development and preservation of a desirable international order. Korea must clarify what kind of order it seeks and how it intends to contribute to its evolution. Many policymakers now agree that the previous liberal international order will not return in its original form, meaning that single country hegemonic version of liberal order. The pre-Trump era of US foreign policy is unlikely to re-emerge. For Korea, the best alternative is an evolved liberal rules-based order. In today's world, no single country, not even the United States, not even China, if it prevails in strategic competition, can bear the full burden of producing global public goods. So it is not a hegemony competition academically. Hegemony should provide all the sufficient public goods, but no single country now can do it. So even though one country in this competition prevails, that country cannot be hegemonic. Instead, advanced countries must collectively sustain the system through what might be called collective hegemony, or a group of leadership. We do not yet know which countries will form this leadership group, but Korea clearly recognizes that rules-based order aligns with its national interests. Therefore, Korea must fulfill its responsibilities as a member of this collective leadership effort. More concretely, Korea should help prevent the militarization of US-China competition, support multilateralism, and contribute to maintaining the liberal economic order. For the interest of time, in the realm of emerging technologies, it's very important, as you saw in Gyeongju APEC meeting, we have to contribute to multilateral commitment to regulating the emerging technologies, and making balance with innovation. So, in conclusion, when Korea's pragmatic diplomacy is balanced with global responsibility, it can form a coherent strategy that protects national interests while also reflecting Korea's status as a leading middle power. So I hope that Korea's approach can become a model demonstrating how national interests and principled commitments can be harmonized, and how a middle power can contribute to building a more resilient and cooperative international order. Thank you very much.
예, 정 교수님 감사합니다.
So thank you, Professor John. As always, you have came out with very in-depth insights.
지금 우리 5분의 패널께서는
So we have
이제
listened
다양한
to the
시각에서
comments and different views and perspectives of our 5 panelists. They talked about
국제적으로 변화하고
changing
있다.
international
변화의 원인에
roles,
대해서는 조금씩
and also
다른
the
시각들을
main reason for
보셨습니다만
such
변화하고
transformation
있다.
were a little bit different
그래서
from
이걸로
panel to
인해서
panel. But what is
불확실성이
for sure
증대되고
is that
있다.
transformation
불확실성
has
속에서
increased
각국이 그래도
with rising uncertainties.
안보를 지켜나가고 번영을 위해서는
And also for security and prosperity, it is very critical to closely work together. And all of you have this perception in common. And also all the panelists have positive perspectives on the roles and responsibilities of the Korea's new administration.
패널의 진행을 맡으면서 이렇게
Now,
좋은
as a
말씀들을 듣고
moderator
여기서
of
또
this panel,
추가적인 질문을
I
해야
have some
되는데
additional questions.
뭐라 그럴까 좋기도 하고 좀 곤혹스러운
So
상황이긴
yes,
한데요.
this is an honor, but also a little bit
깊이 한번
difficult.
들어가
Let me go into the questions a little bit in
많은
depth.
패널 분들께서
A lot of panelists talked about solidarity, cooperation, and within these uncertainties, like there's international order that's breaking down, and in this changing world order, networking seems to be important. Alliances seem to be important. That's what I hear being emphasized: alliances, cooperation. But the U.S. and China. These are the two big powers, superpowers. Strategic rivalry is at play. And the U.S., especially like Professor Chun stated well, is like making deals, right? And like deal-making kind of policies. And amidst all of this, then within this kind of situation, the middle powers coming together and cooperating. And Zack also said, the future world order, there's no blueprint right now, no vision, right? So building alliances, mini-lateral like alliances within the strategic rivalry of the two superpowers, will that really be an asset? I mean, is there power there for Korea to regionally, let's say, is it possible, like the peace and prosperity, can it be maintained through these challenges by forming this kind of solidarity at smaller levels or regionally? Or maybe I can ask to everybody in the reverse order. I don't know. Anybody can speak if you're ready to speak about this topic, I guess. I don't want to go the reverse because Professor Jun just spoke, but if you want, Professor Jun, you can go ahead.
We believe there was a blueprint or a master plan when we designed this global world order after the Second World War. But I think there was nothing prepared for the long-term scheme for the global world order, because from a evolving transactional bilateral negotiations from Bretton Woods, UN, and all those things, as Jack said, U.S. was not prepared to lead the world. So it takes time, and the new international order will reemerge unconsciously from individual, separate, bilateral, transactional approach. So I believe there is an international order is being re-emerged anyway. So what we have to do is that individual transactions will contribute ultimately, eventually, to the formation of new world order. Without that consciousness, even though we have a clear idea about what the future international order will look like, but we have to be conscious that this transaction will contribute to making the new world order. For example, when South Korea, is dealing with the United States in tariff issue, nuclear power submarine, well, it eventually to a new international economic and defense order, security order. As long as we have that in mind and try to contribute to making a better order, I think there will be a more desirable world order. The second thing, I think there are three phases for the US right now. The first one is a very traditional conservative Republican type of grand strategy of primacy. So when the American military or defense or the strategic community, they are saying that there will be a continuous wielding of leadership, try to making global deterrence more formidable. So that's very familiar traditional type of American foreign policy, and I think it will continue to some extent after Trump era. The second thing is that U.S. is faced with a new challenge, which is to fortify, strengthen the financial basis of the leadership, which is very necessary, and I think we have to help the recovery of U.S. Economy to some extent so that they feel sure that they will rebuild their economic leadership and come back to the, hopefully, multilateral international economic order. The third phase is President Trump himself, the individual idiosyncratic variable, which will go away anyway in a couple of, hopefully, years. Then the next U.S. administration will try to suggest a new foreign policy. I don't know what will look like, but we have to bear in mind that at that point, based on the individual transactions, we have to, redesign the international order with U.S. Its own leading role, which is not hegemonic, I think. U.S. will lead the group of leadership, but U.S. will not solely lead the world. And also, U.S.-China leadership is very important, I guess. And I think competition is not bad itself. Competition may be very healthy. So competition-based New World Order can reemerge, I think, as long as we can prevent the military crash. And there are so many global stakeholders who are looking at the competition. It's like a domestic, politics. There are two grand parties, and there's so many, voters and small parties. So I think they will not have the absolute freedom of action because there are so many, stakeholders in region and globally. So how to manage the competition is important. And China has its own very great ideas and economic power and leading technologies. So in that sense, I can be cautiously optimistic.
Thank you, Professor Cho.
Can I just add on to what Professor Chun was just saying, because I very much agree. I think the challenge for Korea is that Korea is in some ways very different than many other middle powers in that it is less institutionalized in these minilateral groupings than almost any other country of similar stature. If you look at Europe, all major European countries are matrixed in many, many different minilateral and multilateral groups. Even if you look at Asia, most countries of Korea's size are part of many different groupings, right? Singapore, Japan, Australia, India. Korea is unique in some ways. And I think this is the real challenge for Korean foreign policy over the next few years, is how does Korea get back in the minilateral game? And I do think minilateral cooperation is vital because at the end of the day, if you want to get something done in this new world, you need a small issue-specific group that is focused and that is driven on a specific issue. And Korea, it's part of some small groups, right? We have talked a little bit this morning about the Korea, Japan, China grouping, but it's not really clear what the objective of that group is. Similarly, it's not entirely clear what the objective of the Korea, Japan, US group is. And meanwhile, there are some other groups that the US is part of that Korea is not. You could think about the Five Eyes intelligence sharing group, which is quite mission focused. You could think about the Quad, which has also been fairly mission focused. And so I think this is now the challenge. You've got Korea, it's not part of the G7. It's not part of BRICS. So Korea has to find a way to step up. And my proposal to friends in Seoul has been, you have to look at the areas where Korea has the most expertise, relatively. And I think it's on some of what Professor Chun was talking about, the technology area, right? This is an area that's under-institutionalized. It needs new groupings. It needs Korean leadership. And Korea has both the technical knowledge and I think the leadership capacity to provide that. So let me say just one last thing, which is, I don't think there's any reason that we should not imagine sort of these groups as being exclusive necessarily. They may be overlapping in different areas, right? So this is not like the Cold War where you're going to have two clear blocks that are united in terms of governance and economic structures. I think you're going to have lots of overlap. So I would expect that you're going to see Korea being part of some groups involving China, part of some groups involving the US, maybe even part of some groups involving both. And I would just point finally back to something like the six-party talks, right? You know, we don't think of that often like a mini-lateral grouping, but it was a mini-lateral grouping with a very distinct focus. And although it was not ultimately effective, it was quite effective for a time at what it was trying to do. And so I think this is the challenge now for Korea to take that leadership role, not on the peninsula only, but in a broader regional and global stage.
Thank you, Jack. Especially I agree with what you're just saying, the flexible kind of grouping, small grouping with focus, clear focus on, especially on technology, and that the Koreans can take a leading role there. Thank you so much. Then among our ambassadors, any comments?
Ambassador,
Okay,
maybe I'll
okay,
just start first. So I agree with what Zack and also what Prof. Chon said about the post-World War II international order. It was one that was very much designed and underwritten by US leadership. But today, the US is very much inward-looking. It is taking a step back from its global engagement, and that has profound implications for the rest of us. Meanwhile, China has stepped up. It has offered its various initiatives and proposals for the world, including on issues like global governance. But China also faces many huge domestic challenges as well. And is it a question of whether China can indeed fill the space that the US has left behind? I think that's maybe something that Ambassador Dai may be better positioned to answer. But in this kind of environment where the world is complex and rapidly changing, what we need is more cooperation, not less. And as I said earlier, for the smaller countries, what we need to do is to work even more closely together to put in place structures and systems that will better secure our future going forward. And if I may borrow a concept from K-pop Demon Hunters, if the Hon Moon is breaking down, then we've got to work harder to create a new one that works for us. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador Wong.
Thank you. First of all, I must clarify. There's only one superpower in the world, that is the US. China defines ourselves as a big country in the world. So I have made clear my points on the international order. I will not repeat, just to share my understanding of the bilateral relations with the US. You see, we define our relations with the US as the most important, one of the most important and one of the complicated bilateral relations in the world. You see, the media may be more focused on our confrontation. Actually, we have the confrontations among cooperation. And we also have cooperations among confrontation. So it's a very complicated relations. But anyway, if we have the confrontation, the two countries will damage and the world will damage. If we work together, as my president said to Mr. Trump in Busan, if we work together, we can do a lot of practical things which will be beneficial to other countries and to the world. So you see, China has no intention to challenge anyone, to replace anyone. We just to, the very purpose for my governing party, for my government, is to improve the livelihood of our people, which is 1.4 billion people, which is a heavy task for the government. We want to be a better self. So we do not have any intention. But if you think that China's development is a challenge to the world, if the Chinese development is the threat to some country, we have no choice. We must defend our core interest and our dignity. So in this way, we are exploring the new patterns of the big country relations with the US. And this summit in Busan, I think is successful, which demonstrates the spirit of equity and mutual respect. So I think in the following days, we wish that US and China will move in the same direction and to implement the important consensus reached by Mr. Trump and my president. And on one hand, it will stabilize our bilateral relations. I think that is a positive element for the stability and certainty of this world, but also gave the new momentum for the volatile world, and especially the economic cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Dai, for your comments. Okay, Ambassador MIZUSHIMA.
Well, thank you very much. And from our point of view, of course, while watching the dialogue between the U.S. and China very carefully, but against the background of the very uncertain international arena, as I mentioned in the first intervention, that we believe that rule-based international order is a very important thing. And I think that will be conducive to the peace and stability of the international community eventually. So I think our policy just stands on that basis. And then, you know, as I stressed, that we attach importance to cooperation among the like-minded countries, including ROK. And just touching upon that ROK diplomacy these days, I think this is very welcoming move by Korean diplomacy, that these years, recent years, that you are expanding the horizon of the diplomacy to the worldwide issues, and of course focusing on the Korean Peninsula, but also that you expanded some horizons of diplomacy in relation to some other areas, including Pacific Oceans and the Central Asia, Africa, and others. And right now, I think your president is visiting Middle East and of course G20 in Africa. I think that will really is beneficial, not only Korea, but also for Japan as well. We are very lucky to have Korea as a neighbor and as like-minded. Then I think that means that there are more increasing areas of cooperation between two countries. And then I think that will be beneficial to both people as well as this region and international community. And I think Zack mentioned that unilateral cooperation. I think that will be the one of the choices, potential choices, and especially that when we see the global multilateral systems does not work as effectively as before, then I think that will be the one opportunities that for us to deepen our cooperative relationship. And but that should be based on rule-based, as I mentioned. Then, so I think Japan and Korea can cooperate more in the international arena, not only just binded by the bilateral issues. So I think we will continue that kind of policy with Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador MIZUSHIMA, for your comments. Okay, this is really important point. As Ambassador Daibing said, the United States and China not only compete but also to cooperate. So I feel a little bit urged to, particularly the Jack and Ambassador Dai. So what is your prospect or the forecast for the U.S.-China relations from next year and beyond? Because I think President Trump said he may visit to Beijing in early next year, and then President Trump will host G20 summit in next year in Mar-a-Lago, maybe. So there is two big diplomatic events between the two countries, and although I think the panelists rightly point out that the relationship between the U.S. and China is the single most important factor for the international order and also the countries, not only in the region but also in the entire world. So if you have any kind of forecast, you can share it with us. And then the other panels, of course, they are ready to jump in. You can always join make your interventions. So Jack, you're ready?
Sure. So unfortunately, I'm going to be pessimistic on this issue. And it's not because I want to be pessimistic. I've spent a lot of time with Chinese colleagues trying to think about how to stabilize the relationship. And I think both the US and China and the rest of the world should want a stable relationship. But I have to say, I don't think the meeting that we saw between Xi Jinping and President Trump actually dealt with the fundamental structural problems between the US and China. It dealt with very superficial issues in some ways. Superficial issues that sometimes are important, like soybeans to American farmers and fentanyl to a lot of Americans, and tariffs, which are important from the Chinese point of view, and export controls as well. But the fundamental problems in the US-China relationship, I don't think those were dealt with at all. I'll give you a couple of examples. There was no talk about Taiwan, which is understandable. And in some ways, as an American, I'm happy that Taiwan didn't come up. But we can't imagine that the US-China relationship is really on a better footing if we aren't even talking about the central security challenge that we have in the relationship. On the economic side, it's not even clear what the deal was. And we've already seen in the last couple of days both sides coming out with different versions of what that arrangement was agreed to. Some say export controls are paused for a year. Other people say they're not. We've had stories the last few days that soybean exports to China haven't restarted yet. I'm sure both sides are frustrated at not understanding what the other says agreed to. And then there's a third and last thing, and then I'll hand it over to Ambassador Dai. I think if you step back, unfortunately, the US and China, in my view, are in a long-term strategic competition. And I think that competition is about which of our systems can deliver better for our people and for the world. And to be candid, I'm not sure what the answer is anymore. But I think as a result, it's going to be incredibly difficult for a conversation between our leaders to resolve this fundamental tension. Maybe it would be possible to downplay some of those stresses. You know, we say that the relationship has been securitized, and that's certainly true, and maybe that could be decreased. But I think a fundamental improvement in the relationship anytime soon is going to be incredibly difficult. And part of the reason is that there's a lack of trust between, I think, that not just the leaders, but between the governments, and maybe even between the people. And until we can resolve those fundamental structural issues, I think all we've seen in the last couple of weeks is a short-term improvement rather than a long-term strategic resolution.
Thank you, Jack, for your pessimistic comments. But Ambassador Dai?
Thank you. The bilateral summit is unilaterally announced by President Trump. So I cannot confirm nor deny. The Chinese philosophy, expect the best, prepare the worst. So we have the sincerity and determination to develop a stable, healthy bilateral relations with the US based on mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and beneficial cooperation. So we wish to stabilize the relations which will be beneficial to the world. But I have to say that we do not want any kinds of tariff war, trade war, technology war, because there is no winner among the wars between us. So our policy is clear. If you launch the war, we will follow accordingly. But if you want to negotiate, our door is open. But such a negotiation is based on equity and mutual respect. So I can hardly say that I'm so pessimistic to the bilateral relations, but a little bit cautiously positive for the bilateral relations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Dai. It gives us a little bit of sliver of hope of a silver lining. Thank you so much. Okay, any other comments from the other panels? Then move on to the, I think North Korea, DPRK will be main issues on the second session, but I'd just like to take an opportunity helping all the three ambassadors here and all the leading experts from the United States and Dr. Jong. You know, we are talking about changing orders in the world, and especially in East Asia. It's a little bit, it cannot be perfect without saying about the threat and opportunities given by the North Korea and the DPRK. So what do you think? What kind of threats or opportunity, if there is any, to North Korean issues and bring to the each region, especially in terms of promoting cooperations and improving the networking, or improving as a kind of urge to have a better sense of multilateral relations in the region. Any comments from our panel? Ambassador MIZUSHIMA.
Well, thank you very much. About North Korea, I think this is an imminent threat to our region as well as to Japan. And then I think that some people may think that, okay, the North Korea already has a nuclear arsenal, so then we can just recognize that situation. But we don't take that position at all. I think that it is very important to make sure that denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, North Korea, should be achieved. And then for that purpose, I think not only Japan can do it, not only the United States can do it, not only the other single country can do it. I think it should be united as an international community, and to make sure that this peninsula will be denuclearized. And then in that sense, that I think it's important to promote Japan, U.S., and Korea cooperation, and also with the like-minded countries to make that thing happen. And then right now, I think Korea's positions, and I understand that it will support the U.S. Efforts to make a start dialogue with Kim Jong-un. And I think the U.S. is, of course, taking some key roles. But we also would like to support that kind of a move. And Japan also have an open door to North Korea to have a talk without any conditions, especially to solve the abduction issues as well as nuclear and missile technologies and human rights issues as well. So just taking this opportunity, I would like to thank the Korean governments to support our policies towards North Korea. And thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador MIZUSHIMA. Any other comments? Oh, Jack.
I'll just make one brief comment, which is I think if we imagine 20 years from now what Northeast Asia is going to look like, there are two pretty different pathways. One pathway looks a little bit like today, in which the countries up on the stage are able to work together and convince North Korea to engage in some sort of arms control, in which we might see the region stay basically the way it looks today, but with an enhanced arms control package for North Korea that would give confidence to other countries in the region. I think the other pathway is the one, unfortunately, at the moment we're heading down, which is an unrestrained North Korea on the nuclear and missile side, a South Korean public that's increasingly asking about nuclear weapons options, a potential for Japan. I know this wouldn't be popular at the moment, but if you imagine a world in which China, North Korea, Russia, South Korea, and the US all have nuclear weapons, is Japan going to stay non-nuclear in that world? I don't know. And so I think this is the choice we have to make now, and it's going to require some very difficult discussions, and I'll say, and I know this will be unpopular, I think denuclearization is highly unlikely. I think to avoid going down that second road, we're probably going to have to accept some form of arms control with North Korea. And that makes me deeply uncomfortable. I think this is part of the reason that Americans have sort of paused on North Korea and not done much of anything for the last 5 years. But the reality is, if we're going to avoid that world with 6 nuclear powers in this Northeast Asian region, I think we're going to have to probably think about doing things a bit differently.
Thank you, Jack, for your comments. But just remind me that all of our countries here is working very closely not to go to your second scenarios. Okay, any other comments from Ambassador Wong?
Maybe I'll just jump in. So Southeast Asia is geographically quite distant from the Korean Peninsula. But what happens here is something that we watch very closely from our little perch in Southeast Asia, because the instability that could emerge in this part of the world could have knock-on effects on our region and other parts of the world as well. So Singapore, like our other ASEAN countries, we do wish that there could be efforts being taken by all the relevant parties to try to promote dialogue, to build trust, and to try to bring about this vision of enduring peace on the Korean Peninsula. So we will do what we can to support these efforts by the relevant parties. We also encourage the DPRK to maybe return to multilateral fora where they could engage in dialogue with their relevant partners, including through the ASEAN Regional Forum. So we wish all the various key stakeholders every success in your negotiations.
Thank you, Ambassador. Oh, Ambassador, you have words?
Thank you, Moderator. You see, China have strong historic ties with North Korea. And we also share the common interest with South Korea on stability, peace in the peninsula. We take note that the Lee Jae-ming new administration take some positive measures to de-escalate the tensions between the North and the South, and also encourage the engagement and the dialogue with the North. The key issue for North and South relations is the mutual trust. And the root causes is the security, the lack of the peaceful mechanism. So we wish that we can address the phenomenon while also resolving the root causes. China will always play our own constructive role. And our policies to North Korea, South Korea, and the Peninsula is clear, stable, and consistent. So we will continue to play a constructive role in our own way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Dai. Yeah, Professor Chung.
Yes, I think this is a very difficult situation for South Korea to pursue North Korea policy. In academia, people say North Korea is in a really bad strategic position due to Ukraine war, trilateral cooperation among North Korea, Russia, and China. And North Korea explicitly said that this is a Cold War, and there are two camps, and Kim Jong-un participated for the first time to multilateral meetings, the military parade in early September, and probably he felt that this is a winning coalition, and he tried to have a very high position in this coalition. And there is a revenue from Russia because of the participation in Ukraine war, and North Korea is really a global player with pragmatic diplomacy. So there is no economic incentive for North Korea to come to the negotiation table with the US and South Korea. That happened before. They marked economic growth 3.4% last year. So mysteriously, even though there is a skyrocketing exchange rate and all the problems with the rice prices, their economy is going well. So in the future, maybe there will be a ninth party Congress next year in which Kim Jong-un will declare the next 5-year plan for economy and making strategic weapons. So there is less and less incentive for North Korea to come to the negotiation table. So even though President Trump holds a summit meeting with Kim Jong-un, there might be a very short-term relationship, but in the end, I think it will be very hard to sustain that, good atmosphere between these two countries. So what South Korea should do is, first is to maintain a very robust level of military deterrence. That's inevitable. So it's very comforting that U.S. promised the sustainable extended deterrence by revitalizing nuclear consultative group in the joint fact sheet. So it's a very good thing, because there is less and less assurance from the U.S. side about extended deterrence. There is an argument that there will be a USFK, strategic flexibility, whereas South Korea will be more concentrated on conventional deterrence against North Korea. So we will play a more role. So maintaining the deterrence is very important. The second one is to maintain the final, the eventual purpose of complete denuclearization of North Korea is also important, because Kim Jong-un also explicitly stated that if there is a summit meeting with President Trump, there should be recognition from the U.S. side of North Korea as a de jure, nuclear power by lifting all the international economic sanctions, which is really impossible. Then it will be a seminal moment for breaking the NPT rule all over the world. So it'll be very hard to have that denuclearization proposed as a common goal of other countries. For example, China, I know they is trying very hard for the stability of the peninsula, but in a formal environment, China doesn't talk more about denuclearization. Kim Jong said that denuclearization is anti-constitutional. In their constitution, they say they are constitutional nuclear power. Constitution, Kim Jong made, so it's very ironical. So I think we have to maintain denuclearization as the ultimate purpose, under which we can maintain the international economic sanction, from which Russia deviated. So I think it's also a problem. But in the end, I think South Korea will play a more role by having, more active role in deterring North Korea. So I think with deterrence one side, but also we have a long-term policy vision how to engage with North Korea as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chun, for your comments. Okay, any other comments from our panelists? 자, 지금 이제 저희들 시간이 한 20분, 25분 정도 남았는데요.
We have about 20-25 minutes left, and as I mentioned earlier, we collected questions from the floor. So can we get those questions up here? We collected, or
지금 저 진행요원이.
so yes, please collect the questions. It seems like there's some staff members collecting questions.
저희들이 사전에 질문지를 먹기로 했는데요.
Yeah, we were collecting questions. We sent out questionnaire papers.
네, 저희들 시간 관계상 저희 질문지를 사전에 조금 받아서
So for time control, we ask these questions to be collected and then delivered so that we can get to them. Just a moment.
생각보다 질문이 많으신 것 같습니다.
It seems like there's a lot of questions, more than expected.
There are so many questions for our panelists. 자, 저 시간 관계상 이 질문들을 저희들이 다
because of time constraints, we're not going to be able to go through all of the questions. I'll just select a few and discuss on just a few of those. So let's get to the questions. Can somebody bring me the questions?
자, 주세요. 네. 무슨 시상식에 기다리는 것 같습니다.
Seems like we're at an award ceremony waiting for the announcement.
감사합니다. 예.
Okay.
That's the first question from the student of the Seoul National University. What do you expect of China, Japan, Singapore, and Korea's relations with the European powers? Do you see some space for European powers involved in the Indo-Pacific region? And do you see any Europe partnership with the European nations, or the alliance with the individual European countries more important? Yeah. So the first question is about the European powers in the Indo-Pacific regions and any possibility to work, the European countries to work with the countries in this region. Any comments from our panels? Oh, MIZUSHIMA, please.
Well, thank you for a question. And I think the cooperation between this region and the European regions has been increasingly important, and which is happening in the various fields. I think in terms of economy, I think the UK just joined the CPTPP, and which we value that very, very high level economic cooperation among the Indo-Pacific. And also for example, like France, which is the also Asian countries which has territory in the Pacific area. And then we have already systemized cooperation in terms of security, that NATO plus IP4. So I think the more and more European countries are interested in being involved in the what's going on here in Asia, because Asia is the engine of the economic prosperity, and also the security of each region is closely connected right now, especially after the Russia invaded the Ukraine. So I think in the sense that we are witnessing the more and more closer cooperation among Asian countries and European countries. And I think this is very natural thing. Then I think especially with like-minded countries that we should cooperate. We should increase the cooperation with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador MIZUSHIMA.
If I may also just add on to Ambassador MIZUSHIMA's point. Yes, indeed, the UK has joined the CPTPP. But beyond that, I think there's ongoing discussions about the EU itself having deeper partnership with the CPTPP. So we are seeing even more cooperation that's taking place. And as I mentioned earlier, at this point in time, we do need more cooperation and not less. So it's not just between the Asia-Pacific region and Europe. There are also other parts of the world as well. Last September, there was the launch of the Future of Trade and Investment Partnership, which involved about over a dozen small to medium-sized economies around the world, from the Asia-Pacific, from Europe, from Africa, from Latin America, and all of us bonded together because we were aligned in our shared commitment to to open and fair trade, to a rules-based multilateral trading system. We want to form an informal network where we can reinforce some of these basic rules about trade and investments, where we can discuss some of the global norms shaping these economic developments. So I would say that there's a lot of work that's happening. We just got to keep our eyes open, and where there are opportunities for us to develop partnerships within our region and beyond, we should seize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Wong. Ambassador Dai, your words.
Thank you. I think my colleagues in Brussels can answer this question better than I. This year is the 50 years anniversary for China to establish diplomatic or strategic partnership with the European Union. And we always attach importance to the important role of European countries, and we regard the European Union as an independent pillar of the international order. So we have a lot of cooperations, and maybe you notice in the past week, there are several European leaders are visiting China. But also we have the question, we are reshaping our cooperation, and maybe somewhat like with South Korea, that is from the vertical to the parallel cooperation. So China does not constitute the threat to European Union. The threat right now, the challenge right now to European Union is from the within. So I think that in the coming years, we are coordinate with each other, synergize our efforts. I think our strategic partnership will improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Dai. There is another question from the floor to the Ambassador Dai. It's from a student from Yonsei University. I think he's a Chinese student. What do you recommend to restore a mutual trust between China and Republic of Korea, especially among the ordinary people?
Yes. China, Korea, we are close geographically, and we have historical links for thousands of years. No one can separate us. And last year, our trade volume is 328 billion. And more than 70% of the products are processed products. That means we are so connected with each other. We cannot separate. And every week, we have more than 1,200 flights, direct flights between China and South Korea. So such a link is so close. My personal experience in the past 11 months, I engaged with a lot of South Korean friends. Everyone has the determination to develop good relations with China. So I think the foundation is solid for our bilateral relations. And the successful visit of my president will put a new momentum for our bilateral relations. But we are neighbors. Our cooperation is so close. Sometimes, you see, the disputes are inevitable. The focus is how to handle it. You see, during the talks between my president and President Lee Jae-myung, my president said that people's sentiment like the flowing water. The flowing water. So the key issue is how to guide the flowing water. So if we focus on our differences, then our disputes will be exaggerated. You see, sometimes you have ideological diplomacy. But you see, 33 years ago, when we established diplomatic relations, our differences is much bigger than today. So I have the full confidence our relations will improve. And as I said, that our economic cooperation, we have to reshape. You know, from the vertical cooperation to parallel cooperation. So sometimes we have more competitions on some traditional industries, but that also means we have more opportunities to update the new patterns for our high-level cooperation. The two heads of states also both expressed the determination to speed up the negotiation of the second phase FTA. So we also encourage our people-to-people relations exchanges. We have the visa waiver for Koreans, and we appreciate that Koreans also facilitate the convenience for our group visitors. I think, especially for young people, when Chinese people visit Korea and Korean people visit China, they will change their mind. They will see what is the true, what is the real Korea and China. So I have the confidence, and I wish that all the young men will work together with me to make our efforts to improve our relations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai, for your answers. The next question will go to Jack. It's a question, students ask you a question. Do you think the American First policy will remain in effect even after the President Trump?
That's a very hard question. I don't think we have any idea what's going to happen after President Trump. So I guess the way I would answer this is to try and pull apart the different elements of America First. And first, we have to admit it's not an entirely coherent ideology, so some of these parts don't fit neatly. But let's take the protectionist part of America first. I actually think if you look at polling data, that's not very popular with Americans. It's certainly not popular in the rest of the world. If you did a poll during President Trump's first term of how popular trade was at the start of the term and at the end of the term, trade became much more popular across President Trump's first term, even with Republicans. Why? Because protectionism doesn't work. And I think we're starting to see the beginning of that happen again. So are we going to go back to a world with very low tariffs, 2 or 3% on average in most cases? Probably not. But are we going to be sitting at a world with 20, 25, 30, 40% tariffs? I doubt a new administration is going to embrace that approach. So I don't think we're going back to where we were before, but I don't think we're going to stay where we are today in terms of protectionism. What about ally and partner relationships? I think if a Democrat wins, you're going to see them shift very quickly away from President Trump's policies on allies and partners. Yes, they would like allies and partners to continue to spend more money on defense and to shoulder more of the burden of leading the international community. But I think the rhetoric that we've heard about free riding, that's unlikely to continue if Democrats win. Just two other issues. One is, so what does this mean if you think about the future of sort of international order, which we were talking about before? I actually think that most Americans do want the US to play a more active leading role in the world. The question is whether we have to prioritize. And here, I think that part of President Trump's agenda is likely to stick. This idea that the US can't be everywhere all at once. We have to make some tough choices. Now, my personal critique of the president's approach is that he actually hasn't made those tough choices. We've been spending much of this year talking about Greenland, Panama, Mexico, Venezuela, Iran, Gaza, Ukraine. We actually haven't spent that much this year focused on the place that I would focus, which is here in East Asia. So I think you could see an embrace of prioritization, which is sort of part of the America First logic, but a real genuine embrace of it, which means shifting some priority into this region. And then just one last item, which is the unpredictability. President Trump loves unpredictability, and there is a logic to this, right? So if you go back and look academically, I think there actually is some evidence that the madman theory, as Richard Nixon called it, is effective when you're dealing with adversaries because they're off balance and they don't know what you're going to do. But the real problem with unpredictability is with your friends, right? The US-South Korea relationship, it's not about how much the US can extract tomorrow in terms of trade from South Korea. It's about the trust in the relationship. And that trust has been built up over decades. And first, I would admit that I think that trust has been undermined to some degree, and not just by President Trump, but by others as well. But over the long term, I think Americans do understand that unpredictability is going to have real costs. And so I think that part of Trumpism will be jettisoned. So in short, if you take those four parts together, I think protectionism will be less popular. I think we'll see a return to a more open embrace of allies and partners. I think we'll see a turn away from, what the Trump administration would call like sort of the interventionist policies, more focus on priorities. And then a greater degree of predictability. But I still don't think we're going back to where we were before President Trump took office 8 or 9 years ago.
Thank you, Jack, for your answer. 시간상 한 마지막 질문 드리겠습니다. 이건
So due to time
전혜성
constraint,
교수님한테
I would like to ask the last question. This is the question to Professor Chun.
서울시립대학교 재학 중인 학생.
A question from a student from Seoul City
외교 목표
University.
중에서 경제적
So out of the
번영,
diplomatic
인권
goals,
법치,
economic security, national
여러 가지
security,
목표가
freedom,
있는데 실용
values
외교는
are the
어느 것에
priority.
중점을 둬야
Then
한다고
which
보시는지
should be
모든 걸 한꺼번에
prioritized on the pragmatic
달성하기는
diplomacy
현재
because
국제적으로 볼
it is quite
매우
difficult to
어려운데
achieve all these
어떤
different goals together under the current international turmoil. What kind of priority should be put? And depending on that priority, the partners will become different. So what is your view on that?
네, 우리말로 할게요.
So I will speak in Korean.
나오게 된 이제 국내적 배경도 있다고
So I think there's the domestic background on why the pragmatic policies, foreign policies were generated. However, the current administration, under the context of the previous administration, focused on pragmatism. However, pragmatism without values and ideology are meaningless. So we have to strike a balance. Pragmatic foreign policy need to focus on minimizing the risks and gaining the interests. But value and principle-based foreign policies focus more on long-term interest, thereby creating some right environment and also forming the right setting. So in that regard, the current administration is stressing the global strong state in the international community. And Korean political sector also made a lot of analysis and studies on the current Korean government. And in that regard, pragmatic policies driven by international interest and also the diplomacy driven by the great player of international community are very much analyzed, even though it seems a little bit in conflict in the short term. But our task is to strike a right balance between the two. On the external front, we are now living under the great turmoil of international roles. We need to think about what are the core values that we have to keep. Gaining the economic interest and also minimizing the damage should be the priority. But actually, Korea's international status is more than that. We are likely to become the global top 6th and 7th largest economy. And out of the country that is outside of the UN Security Council, Korea is one of the strongest nations on earth. So on the emerging issues, the rules have not been set, and in that regard, Korea can exercise its leadership. So in the new domain and in newly emerging fields, Korea can play more important leadership roles. And such values need to be well struck together with the pragmatism. Actually, it is quite difficult to put the priority. America first, MAGA, is not something that bad. However, there's America first, America second, and America third. Instead of saying that, we need to think about Korea first, but Asia second, global third. With that systematic approach, I believe that we can eliminate some misunderstanding, and criticism about pragmatic diplomacy.
네, 감사합니다, 교수님. 그 외에도 많은 분들이 질문을
Thank you very much, Professor. There's a lot of other questions actually, but our time allowed is actually expired, so we can't go through all the other questions. I apologize for that. Thank you very much, all the ambassadors. Ambassador MIZUSHIMA, Dai, Wong, Zack Hooper, and Professor Chun. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. I think we'll end the session here.
1세션을 이끌어주신 소장님과 패널 여러분께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
Thank you very much for the moderator of this session and all the panelists. Thank you for your hard efforts.
이로써 제1세션을 마치겠습니다.
This concludes session 1,
1시 20분에 재개됩니다.
and session 2 will begin at
Session
1:20.
1 of the Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2025. Session 2 will resume at 1:20 p.m. Lunch has been prepared for all participants joining us today. Panelists and ambassadors wearing red name badges are kindly invited to proceed to the luncheon venue on the second floor. Those who have meal tickets may exchange them for lunch at the cafeteria on the basement floor. Our staff members outside the conference hall will guide you. 오늘 참석해주신 여러분들을 위해 점심이 준비되어 있습니다. 패널 분들과 붉은색 명찰을 착용하신 대사님들은 2층 오찬장으로 이동 부탁드립니다. 식권을 가지고 계신 분들은 지하 1층에서 식사로 교환하실 수 있습니다. As the hallway might get crowded, we will proceed with the exit in an orderly manner starting from the front rows. We kindly ask all participants to remain seated for a moment. 장례가 혼잡하므로 퇴장은 앞줄부터 순차적으로 하도록 하겠습니다. 참석자 여러분들께서는 잠시만 착석하여 기다려 주시기 바랍니다. 오후에 준비된 세션도 오전과 동일하게 한국어, 영어 동시 통역으로 진행됩니다. 통역이 필요하신 분은 입구에 배치된 통역기를 사용하실 수 있으며 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널을 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. The conference will be conducted with simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English. If you require interpretation, please pick up a receiver at the entrance. Please select channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 아울러 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 무음 또는 진동 모드로 전환해 주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. To avoid interruptions during the conference, please switch your mobile phones to silent or vibration mode. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 이제 곧 서울 외교 포럼 오후 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 참석자 분들께서는 대강당에 마련된 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? Session 2 will begin shortly. We kindly ask all participants to take their seats. 오후에 준비된 세션도 오전과 동일하게 한국어, 영어 동시 통역으로 진행됩니다. 통역이 필요하신 분은 입구에 배치된 통역기를 사용하실 수 있으며 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널을 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. The conference will be conducted with simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English. If you require interpretation, please pick up a receiver at the entrance. Please select channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 아울러 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 무음 또는 진동 모드로 전환해 주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. To avoid interruptions during the conference, please switch your mobile phones to silent or vibration mode. Thank you very much for your consideration. 네. 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 이제 곧 서울 외교 포럼 오후 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 참석자 분들께서는 대강당에 마련된 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? Session 2 will begin shortly. We kindly ask all participants to take their seats. 큐 주시면 올라가 버리죠. 큐 주시면 시작하겠습니다. 아까 지금 그러면은 뭐 이거는 생략하고요. 그냥 큐 주시면 돼 이제. 네. 큐 그냥 네. 네. 일단 좀 큐만 주시면 시작할게요. 안녕하십니까. 국립외교원
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jong
잠시
from
해주시기 오후 세션을
KNDA.
위한 좋은 준비가 되셨기를
I hope you
바랍니다.
have a nice lunch.
오후에는 두
In
개의
this
세션이
afternoon,
이어질
there will be
예정입니다.
two different sessions in a row.
이 세션의 주제는
The topic of the
한반도의
second
지속
session
가능한 평화를
is
위한 외교입니다.
Diplomacy
제2세션
for
사회를
Sustainable
맡으신
Peace on the Korean
김한권
Peninsula.
교수님을 소개해드리겠습니다.
Let me introduce the
김한권
moderator
교수님은
of session 2.
국립외교원
Professor
외교안보연구소
Kim Han-kwon is
인도태평양연구부 교수이자
the
중국연구센터장으로
Professor
재직
of
중이십니다.
Indo-Pacific Research
뜨거운
Institute
박수로
of
교수님을 모시겠습니다.
KNDA. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2025, hosted by the Korean National Diplomatic Academy. I'm Han-kwon Kim, and I will be moderating the session 2, which will address the topic Diplomacy for sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula. As previously announced, in session 2, we plan to delve into the Lee Jae-myung administration's diplomatic approaches to peace on the Korean Peninsula, focusing on E&D initiatives. In his September address to the United Nations, President Lee introduced the E&D initiative, which is a comprehensive framework centered on 3 pillars: exchanges, normalization, and denuclearization. The E&D initiative aims to restore inter-Korean trust and cooperation, achieve North Korean denuclearization, and eventually pave the way for peaceful reunification based on mutual recognition of their respective systems. In this session, we will explore the effective and practical implementation of the E&D initiative. To this end, in session 2, we will seek answers to 4 key questions with the distinguished panelists participating from South Korea, the United States, China, and Japan. The 4 questions is followed. The first, how does the E&D initiative differ from previous diplomatic efforts, and what factors make it more promising for achieving lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula? Second, what concrete steps are necessary to advance each of the initiative's 3 pillars, and what innovative measures could be employed to accelerate the initiative's progress? Third, how does the shifting international landscape affect the E&D initiative's prospects? The fourth, not the least, what diplomatic strategy should South Korea consider to foster a favorable international environment for the initiative's success? Now I would like to briefly introduce the 5 excellent panelists who will be discussing these questions in session 2. First, Professor Jiwan Hwang from the Republic of Korea. He's a professor at University of Seoul. And he will provide an overview of the Lee administration's E&D initiative and discuss its potential to create sustainable peace through inter-Korean trust building and practical cooperations. And second panel is the Professor Leif Erik Isley from Ewha University. He's analyzed the E&D initiative from an international relations perspective, focusing on how global and regional dynamics may shape prospects for peace on the Korean Peninsula. And next, our third panelist is Professor Liu Waming from the People's Republic of China. Dr. Liu is a professor at the Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences. Professor Liu will share China's perspective on the stability of the Korean Peninsula and discussing conditions that could help create a stable environment for the implementation of the E&D initiatives. And Professor Satoru Miyamoto from Japan. He's a professor of Seigakuin University. And Professor Miyamoto will present Japan's view on North Korea's policy and discuss area where regional cooperation could contribute to the E&D initiative's progress toward denuclearization and normalization. And last but not the least, she's also very famous in South Korea, Dr. Ji-young Hong from this Export-Import Bank of Korea, I'm sorry. Dr. Hong will examine the economic dimensions of peace building, highlighting how inter-Korean economic cooperation and development financing could reinforce the goals of the E&D initiatives. This session 2 will proceed for 100 minutes, and each panelist will present for 10 to 12 minutes. And this will be followed by approximately 30 minutes of moderators' questions, and we will open the floors. We will now proceed with the presentations from our distinguished panelists. First, Professor Hwang, please begin your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. This is Jiun Hwang from the University of Seoul, and today I'm going to talk about the Lee Jae-myung, the administration's, the END, the initiative, and also its relation to his vision for the peace on the Korean Peninsula. After he took office in June this year, the President Lee Jae-myung, prioritized the establishment of sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula, and he also talked about at the UN General Assembly speech that he introduced that the END initiative, the exchanges, normalizations, and denuclearization. So that is I think the comprehensive framework by the Lee Jae-myung government for peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula. So President Lee Jae-myung and Lee Jae-myung government also emphasized the importance of the pragmatic diplomacy and also the national interest, centered foreign policy. He articulated the pragmatism as the central tenet of his foreign policy. He said that no matter how costly, peace is better than war. So he emphasizes the importance of peace on the Korean Peninsula rather than to try to compete all the conflict, on the Korean Peninsula. He also talked about the pledge to, foster a situation in which neither side has the need or incentive to invade or attack the other. So that is an approach grounded in strong deterrence, namely the robust, U.S.-ROK alliance. But so it seems to me that he tried to combine the strong deterrence capability against the provocation by North Korea and also the peace effort, which he means that to try to strengthen the ground for the peaceful, resolution in the inter-Korean the relation, including the North Korean nuclear issue. So he said that this is about his pragmatic approach to North Korea. So his North Korea policy and also the national interest, centered one. So a combination of credible deterrence and sustained, dialogue, so constitute the most, pragmatic and effective approach to North Korea policy. So maybe his policy, they resonate the former President Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun's, engagement policy in North Korea and their effort to bring the peace and stability back on the Korean Peninsula. But the international relations around the Korean Peninsula has changed a lot. So there may be real difficulties, much more difficulties than before in dealing with North Korea issue, including the nuclear issue. So President Lee's pragmatic diplomacy extends beyond the regional power management to the formulation of his North Korea policy. It seems to me that he understands that the importance of the neighboring great powers. The Korean Peninsula is surrounded by four the great powers: the United States, Russia, China, and Japan. And Korean Peninsula is divided. So we always, talked about the importance of neighboring powers and influence on the issues on the Korean the peninsula. So not only because the inter-Korean relations is important, but also because neighboring powers, relations with the neighboring powers are also important. So he's tried to combine the deterrence capability on the Korean Peninsula and also the peace effort, on the Korean the peninsula. So he suggested lots of the policy toward North Korea. Recently, yesterday actually, the South Korean Minister of National Defense also suggested that about the military, the dialogue to the North Korean side, and I'm not sure whether the North Korea will react to the South Korean government, the suggestion, but that is the part of the Korean government effort to bring the peace and stability back to the Korean peninsula. This is good. Actually, the effort for the peace and stability to bring the peace and stability back to the Korean peninsula is really good. So we need to ask what kind of peace and what kind of stability it is. So it seems to me that President Lee's discourse on peace on the Korean peninsula evokes the long-standing aspiration to establish a permanent peace regime. So actually that is the agenda recurrently raised in the context of negotiations over the North Korea's nuclear program. So Geneva agreed framework in 1994, the six-party talks, joint statement, 2005, and also the inter-Korean, summit meetings, joint statement in 2018, and U.S.-North Korea relation. U.S.-North Korea and Singapore, joint statement, all included the long-standing aspirations to establish a permanent peace regime. That included the terms, quote, permanent and solid and lasting and robust peace regime. So this commitment, I think, are widely viewed as a meaningful attempt to ease the acute military tensions and to reduce the risk of armed conflict substantially. But I think that this is, at the moment, this is some kind of idealistic and too much, given the reality of the Korean peninsula. That should be the long-term strategy to bring the peace and stability back to the Korean peninsula. As you understand that the Johan Galtung, he's regarded as the founder of peace studies, he said that about the negative peace and positive peace, and distinguishes the one from the other. And he underscored the importance of the positive peace. He argued that negative peace denotes the mere absence of war and the containment of conflict, typically maintained through deterrence and regulation. Conversely, the positive peace, according to him, involved the elimination of indirect and structural forms of violence across military, political, economic, and cultural domains, fostering the relations grounded in mutual equality and justice. So it seems to me that the President Lee Jae-myung government, peace effort is very similar to the positive, peace by the Professor Galtung. The President Lee Jae-myung, the articulation of peace appears to transcend the negative peace, so confined to the managing the North Korean nuclear issue or reducing armament. But given the reality on the Korean peninsula, so it's really difficult to attain this kind of the positive peace style, on the Korean peninsula. So although he envisions a form of a positive, stable peace, but I think that is kind of the long-term goal. But because he, talked about combining the strong deterrence capability with his, the peace effort, so he also seems to distinguish one from the other. So in the short term, it seems to me that the Korean government is more focusing on the Galtung's negative peace style, and maybe could be the unstable peace, because North Korea does not react to the South Korean government effort to the peace effort. So we need to, at the moment, we need to tell one from the other, the negative peace and positive peace, and we should be, aimed for to accomplish the long-term plan of peace, the positive peace, the stable peace on the Korean peninsula eventually. But at the moment, it's really important to talk also about the short-term and the mid-term plan of peace on the Korean peninsula. Although the negative peace and unstable peace is not complete, even on the Korean peninsula, but eventually, because we want to, get this peace effort done in the future, maybe should be long-term the project. But anyway, it is really important to have some kind of balance between the short-term, the goal, and the long-term goal of peace effort. So I think the END, the initiative, the exchanges, the normalization, and denuclearization, I think also the include both the short-term and long-term plan of the peace on the Korean peninsula. So that's why the END initiative is the practical and sustainable, the peace plan, and that should be, also the very realistic on the Korean peninsula in the future. I mean, in the long term, the perspective. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Professor Hwang, you emphasized the combination of credible deterrence and sustainable dialogue as the most pragmatic and effective approach to North Korea policy of the Lee Jae-myung administration. And he also suggested long-term and short-term policy directions. I think it is a very valuable suggestion for the South Korea's North Korean policy. Thank you very much. And the second panelist, Professor Isley, please. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Kim, and thank you to KNDA and distinguished participants for taking time out of your busy schedules to be part of this timely discussion. I'm honored to be here. And since Professor Hwang did such a masterful job laying out the END initiative, I'll try to contribute something a little bit different. Applying insights from the academic literature on international relations, I think exchange, normalization, and denuclearization are reasonable pillars for ROK policy toward the DPRK. However, the END acronym might face some challenges, which I'd be happy to discuss in Q&A. But for my part, I'd like to recommend for operationalizing and advancing the initiative with more specific goals for South Korea's broader regional and international strategies, I'd recommend a Pyeonghwa framework. And that's 9 letters if you transliterate it into English. So I gotta hurry if I'm gonna finish in 10 minutes. So let me spell out Pyeonghwa as a framework for policy priorities for South Korea's relations with the North. So obviously first, the P in Pyeonghwa would stand for peace and reconciliation. And looking back at prior administrations, the Moon Jae-in administration tried to advocate an end-of-war declaration to provide momentum for peace and denuclearization. Usually, soft power tools like cultural attraction and educational exchanges can build reconciliation. But the problem is, the Kim regime sees South Korea's soft power as a threat to its legitimacy. We had symbolic solidarity at summits, we have historical commemorations, including at sporting events like the Pyeongchang Olympics. These were very impressive to observe as a resident here on the Korean Peninsula. But frankly, such exchanges will have limited effect if they are not sustained, because building trust requires mutual respect for both roles and identities, which is why the Lee Jae-myung administration is declaring it does not seek regime change. But given Pyongyang's lack of interest in outreach at this point, due to its own domestic politics and focus on financial incentives, it will take creative efforts to restart reconciliatory exchanges, such as separated family reunions, which are very urgent because that generation is starting to pass from the stage. The Y in Pyeonghwa, I would say, is yardsticks to measure progress. Yardsticks to measure progress. Very important to measure efforts to engage North Korea. The YOUN administration demanded reciprocity with North Korea. And South Korean conservatives tend to be critical of efforts to reach out to Pyongyang that they say are rewarding it for bad behavior or giving it a blank check. And as previous engagement efforts and denuclearization negotiations with North Korea show, progress is difficult and often hits roadblocks in the implementation and verification processes and phases. This was the case for the agreed framework, for the six-party talks, and also for the Trump-Kim summitry that began in Singapore. It is thus essential to have a roadmap with clear metrics for tracking corresponding steps to be taken by each side, hence yardsticks to measure progress. The E stands for economic engagement and exchange. And obviously this is highlighted in the END initiative. There can be policy tools involving adjustments to incentives and constraints in trade, investment, and development assistance. The Moon administration promoted what was called a Korean peace economy, including potential infrastructure links, individual tourism, facilitating barter trading even. But the Kim regime appeared unwilling to accept risks for small benefits, preferring larger scale economic projects that hitherto have been prohibited by sanctions. The Trump-Kim Hanoi summit might have provided some sanctions relief, but it broke down. And then the pandemic led North Korea to deepening its self-imposed international isolation. Since then, North Korea gutted South Korean-funded factories at the Chaesung industrial complex. We also know that they demolished the South Korean-funded resort facilities, at least partially, at Kumgangsan. And as North Korea has reopened since the pandemic, it's actively disavowed unification and exchanges with South Korea, instead expanding its relations and economic exchange with China and Russia. So Seoul is in something of a holding position, waiting for opportunities to open exchange with North Korea, perhaps from the restart of Trump-Kim summitry or a change in Pyongyang's profiting from its arrangements with Moscow and Beijing. O stands for operational readiness. And as the American on the panel, allow me to add, with the US ROK alliance. Operational readiness based on the US ROK alliance. US ROK defense exercises are essential for readiness and interoperability and thus deterrence. Downscaling combined exercises to make space for diplomacy did not result, in previous administrations, did not result in commensurate restraint from the DPRK in terms of training or weapons development, although North Korea may test less while it's engaged in dialogue. So while it makes sense to deconflict the military and diplomatic calendars, alliance equities should not be traded away for the privilege of talking with Pyongyang. US ROK alliance transformation plans require greater resources, such as for C4ISR, to realize the agreed transfer of wartime operational control, or OPCON. More contingency planning is needed, including updating operational plans, or O-plans, to effectively deter and respond to nuclear, gray zone, missile, cyber, and autonomous weapons threats. N stands for normalization of inter-Korean dialogue. And I say normalization of inter-Korean dialogue on purpose. I can explain why later if you're interested. Start with mutual respect and coexistence. It takes time to be credible about a no regime change or no unification by absorption policy. Keep communication channels open. Try to avoid disruption of dialogue and the cancellation of meetings. We know that North Korea has renamed or dismantled many of its agencies for inter-Korean relations, and it literally blew up the inter-Korean liaison office at Chaesung. So this is a hard, area to make progress on. In addition, making fully normal diplomatic relations between the two Koreas would actually raise constitutional issues for the Republic of Korea. So despite these challenges, being clear-eyed about them, restraint, dialogue, diplomatic off-ramps are very important for managing the security dilemma dynamics that drive arms races, and normalization of dialogue would eventually involve institutionalizing inter-Korean communications and exchanges. I bet you know what G stands for. Geopolitics, and perhaps geopolitical management. It's important to be clear-eyed about sanctions violations, including the role of China and challenges posed by Russia-DPRK cooperation. North Korea has provided significant ammunition and personnel for Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine and is receiving significant financial, technological, industrial, and military benefits in exchange. Russia signed a comprehensive strategic partnership with the DPRK, vetoed renewal of the UN panel of experts, and is basically giving North Korea de facto recognition as a nuclear state. Seoul has strengthened trilateral cooperation with Washington and Tokyo, including intelligence sharing, sanctions enforcement, and defense exercises. The role of the United Nations Command was, in previous administrations, politicized in Seoul, but upholding the armistice is critical, and South Korea can benefit more from multilateral cooperation with member states of the UNC. Further cooperation is also possible with like-minded partners such as Australia, India, among ASEAN states, and of course, in Europe, especially via the NATO IP4. I think using middle power diplomacy, as has been skillfully displayed by the ROK at APEC, is so important for navigating US-China rivalry under that G of geopolitics. H is for humanitarian cooperation, and please don't forget human rights. Humanitarian cooperation, such as providing UNICEF aid to North Korea, is possible under sanctions exemption. Ministry of Unification budgets could be directed to further cooperation with other international organizations and NGOs as well. Advocating for North Korean escapees in China and elsewhere, and better supporting North Korean defectors to successfully integrate in South Korean society will offer hope to the North Korean people. The North Korean people need to know that they are not forgotten. They benefit from outside sources of information, so abandoning news broadcasts might be counterproductive. Human rights issues should not be sidelined in attempts to improve the atmosphere or avoid offending the Kim regime, as future cooperation with the DPRK will need a legal foundation of human security. W for war prevention and tension reduction. The September 2018 Indo-Korean Comprehensive Military Agreement included confidence-building measures. While it might be difficult to restore the CMA anytime soon, CBMs like reconnecting military hotlines and providing notifications of exercises and activities near the border are important to reduce the risk of miscalculation and miscommunication. The Lee administration has sought to reduce tensions by ending loudspeaker broadcast, discouraging NGOs from sending leaflet balloons, and returning North Korean fishermen who ventured into South Korean waters. South Korea is also adjudicating the use of drones, given past operations that may have been of questionable legality and provocative to Pyongyang. North Korea, meanwhile, has yet to clarify its international boundaries. They say they're going to, they may have already made some constitutional adjustments to clarify legal changes to their territorial claims and how those will be operationalized. This is very important if we're concerned about clashes across the DMZ and near the NLL. So the proposal that South Korea recently made for an inter-Korean military dialogue about these issues, I think is very important. And finally, my last letter for Pyeonghwa. A is for accountability for action. Let me be frank. Internal divisions in South Korea, my adopted home, have resulted in frequent policy swings, and these limit Seoul's effectiveness in dealing with Pyongyang. Transparency and enforceable agreements are essential for making progress with North Korea. And my final point, effective strategy calls for a mixed approach of carrots and sticks based on reciprocity. Hopefully that can be a consensus here in South Korea, and also nested in international cooperation. And for that, I'm so grateful for the very international audience we have to participate in our discussion today. I think it's so timely and important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Easley, I especially thank you to your Pyeonghwa framework, the 9 characters, PYEONG, HWA. It means in Korean language is peace, as he explained. And I think your Pyeonghwa framework show your friendship to the Korea and its people. Thank you very much. And next, our third panelist, Professor Liu. Are you ready? Okay, thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Professor Kim, and it's my great honor to be invited to attending this afternoon's panel on the diplomacy for sustainable peace in Korea Peninsula. My presentation will focus on the END initiative. So as the 2 panelists already mentioned, the END initiative is emphasizing the exchange, normalization, and the denuclearization. And the aim of the initiative is to revival the engagement with Pyongyang and finally end the Cold War on the Korea Peninsula. So compared to the previous administration, I think there are at least 3 differences for END initiative. The first is the sequence of achieving denuclearization. Unlike the previous approach of denuclearization first, then relation improvement, END initiative will restore dialogue and normalization before discussing nuclear issues. The initiative views the denuclearization as a result of dialogue and exchange. This reversed approach aims to lower the threshold for dialogue and break the deadlock of North and South relationship. The second difference is on the condition of dialogue. The initiative doesn't put any preconditions for North and South dialogue. The more important is it completely abandoned the ideological opposition and thoroughly set aside the differences of political system of 2 sides. This gives South Korea the opportunity to make a first step to restore the inter-Korea relationship. The third difference is on the implementation of policy. END initiative will be implemented in 3 phases rather than pursuing a package solution. The initiative fully recognizes that policy goal cannot be achieved immediately, but gradually by accumulating of trust. So that means this proposal appears to be very realistic and a pragmatic approach. So when we talk about what are the factors, what factors are for END initiative to get potential success, I think there are also 3 factors. The first factor, of course, is dialogue. That is on the center of END initiative. By showing respect to the other side's political system, the immediate aim of END initiative is to push the Korea Peninsula into dialogue track again in order to manage an increasingly unstable situation. Then winning trust from DPRK through dialogues, showing the result of shifting hostility to peaceful coexistence. The second factor, I think, is patience. END initiative is a gradual, incremental path with patience. The sequence is dialogue first, reconciliation in relationship second, denuclearization at last, which provide a pragmatic, realistic, patient, step-by-step roadmap. The third factor, of course, I think this policy is also aligns with Americans' policy. President Trump has consistently signaled that willingness to engage with the DPRK stand largely consistent with the END initiative. By proposing such initiative, Lee Jae-min conveyed the message that is South Korea is actively cooperating with the United States and helping to push the issue onto the negotiation table. So when we talk about the international landscape's effect, I think the Lee Jae-myung's END initiative present a significant shift in South Korea's policy toward the DPRK. He pledged to gradually improve relationships through dialogue, and of course, international community's reaction will greatly influence the initiative's future. In one sentence, I think the international community welcomes de-escalation of tension on the Korea Peninsula. The widespread expectation for peace on the Korea Peninsula has provided diplomatic support for the END initiative. Second, the neighboring countries is also have leverage to effect the future implementation of END initiative. To take the perspective of China, I think the END initiative is in line with China's stable and constant policy toward the Korea Peninsula, which is safeguarding and maintaining the stability and the peace in the Korea Peninsula. If we take a broader context on the view of Chinese security concept, we will find President Lee's vision is also in line with China's new security concept, which is focusing on enhancing trust through dialogue and promoting security through cooperation, and is also in line with China's Asia security model, which was proposed at China's first Central Conference on Peripheral Work in this April. So this model emphasizes on three principles. First is sharing will and will. Second is seeking common ground while shelving differences. Third is prioritize dialogue and consultation. So when we're talking about international landscape, there's also some negative effect maybe for the future or implementation of END initiative. That is great power rivalry. We touched a little bit in the morning, but of course, as all of us know, Korea Peninsula is very sensible to the relationship change among great powers. Any escalation of U.S.-ROK military cooperation will raise concern of the DPRK, that is no doubt, and the U.S. and China's competition, if in such competition the ROK takes sides, it also will influence the END's initiative future. So what the South Korea can do to improve or to promote the END initiative? I think, of course, South Korea cannot move forward alone. First, I think maybe South Korea should cultivate a favorable regional environment for dialogue by strengthening regional multilateral cooperation. The success of the END initiative depends on the rise, or depends on the progress of multilateral region economic cooperation, especially in Northeast Asia, which can reduce the risk of geopolitical confrontation. And another multilateral effort can be put on building a Northeast Asia security dialogue platform. Discussions on non-traditional security issues such as counter-terrorism, counter or addressing telecom fraud, and environmental protection can serve as a starting point to gradually establish a multilateral trust mechanism. The second is South Korea or ROK maybe can form a national image in international affairs as a peaceful, cooperative, and pro-multilateral country or international actors, which the South Korea can advocate dialogue and negotiation in conflict resolution and management. Such kind of national image could be a demonstration in a broader context for ROK's determination and sincerity as a peaceful actor in international community. Of course, the international community, including addressing issue of Korea Peninsula. Okay, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Liu. President Lee Jae-myung and President Xi Jinping met at the Gyeongju, South Korea this month, early this month. And I think the two leaders open up the new era of the improvement of the South Korea and China relations. I think based on ROC PRC improved relations and cooperation, probably Dr. Liu's suggestions and step-by-step approach to North Korea will be eventually come true in the near future. I hope so. Thank you very much. And next, our fourth panelist from Japan, Professor Miyamoto, please.
Yes. Thank you for inviting me to such a very good meeting. So I am Satoru Miyamoto, the specialist for North Korean military and politics and international relations. And so before me, so three panelists said the EMD initiative is a good initiative, but today I will say that the honne that was three panels say that tatemae. So yes, today I will discourage you. So I will show you the nightmare. So END initiative means exchanges, normalization, and declaration of the North Korea. But I think it is unlikely to produce a meaningful progress in inter-Korean relations. And North Korea has rejected the denuclearization. So in September, Kim Jong, supreme leader of the DPRK, said they will DPRK will maintain the nuclear weapons position and increase the arsenal of the nuclear weapons. 2 days later, President Lee Jae-myung announced the END initiative in the United Nations. So END initiative got angry the North Korea, Kim Jong-un, because Kim Jong-un already said they don't DPRK don't give up the nuclear weapons, but Lee Jae-myung said, President Lee Jae-myung said they will DPRK should give up nuclear weapons. So, and North Korea already defined the South Korea as a hostile foreign states, not the same Korean nation. So now the North Korea don't have an idea to negotiate or talk with South Korea. So END initiative is very difficult initiative. So I think the denuclearization is impossible. But exchange is a little possibility. Has a little possibility because if South Korea uses the United Nations or such a kind of multilateral platform, South Korea can talk with North Korea. And excuse me. I'm sorry. Normalization is very difficult, but what is normalization? What is normal? I think I think use deterrence to prevent North Korea from taking military action is normal. So now it's normal. So everybody thinks that without weapon it's peaceful, but I don't think so. Deterrence peace. It's a real Korea Peninsula. Yes. So if South Korea pursues the declination, so give up. South Korea should give up the dismantlement of nuclear weapon of North Korea. So monitoring nuclear development of North Korea is denuclearization. So EMD initiative is not. It's a very, very difficult initiative, but it is. If I give it the positive leverage of the EMD initiative, it is useful for concrete the ally between South Korea and the United States. So United States, U.S. cannot give up the denuclearization of North Korea. Of course, South Korea too. So U.S. United States will trust in the South Korea for EMD initiative, and the South Korean public. South Korean public people want to hope to the denuclearization of North Korea. So South Korea government cannot give up the excuse me. South Korea government can explain to the public opinion in South Korea. They maintain and they will demand the denuclearization to the North Korea. So maybe the South Korean public satisfies to the South Korean government. So South Korea's pragmatic diplomacy and the END initiative will gain the U.S. support and the U.S. support and the South Korean public support. So of course Japan too. The Japanese government understand that it is very, very difficult to get the denuclearization of North Korea, but they cannot give up. Now Japanese government hope to talk with North Korea for the abduction issue. Not so the declination and declination is not so Japanese government have interest in the denuclearization, but they cannot negotiate with the North Korea in the denuclearization issue. So the Japanese government is looking forward to the South Korean negotiation with North Korea. So I think the United States and Japan is looking forward to the END initiative of South Korea government. But North Korea will not be looking forward to the END initiative. No, North Korea will hate South Korean government. So END initiative make the inter-Korean talks difficult. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Miyamoto. I think you have provided very detailed answers to the questions what this session asked. And also, in my understanding, Professor Miyamoto, you are similarly to Professor Hwang, stated that the goal of the END should be pursued while placing weight on alliance and cooperation with the US first. Then we have to focusing on in the long-term approach to the dialogue with the North Korea. So I think it is a very good the point to Lee Jae-myung administration to review at the moment. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, Dr. Hong, please, you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm very honored to be here, and I'm also relieved to have that I can focus on economic aspects of the END initiative rather than political aspects after Professor Miyamoto's speech. And I think his comments make this discussion a lot more interesting. As I'm the last speaker, and since the concept and its policy implication of the END initiative already been thoroughly examined by esteemed fellow panelists, I will refrain from revisiting those discussed here. Instead, I will proceed directly to explore how the END initiative intersects with inter-Korean economic cooperation. Before moving to my main point, let me first set the stage by examining how inter-Korean economic cooperation had traditionally been understood. Much of the prevailing discourses has been framed through the lens of a special inter-Korean relationship, one grounded in ethical solidarity and political symbolism. A closer look at existing the study reveals three dominant strands of analysis: evaluation of past cooperation outcomes, attempts to revive legacy framework, and projection of a post-sanction development predicted on the assumption that earlier mechanism would remain intact. Taken together, these strands underscore how deeply bilateral logics have shaped in the field, even as North Korea's strategic posture and the broader geopolitical environment have shifted in the fundamental ways. Against this backdrop, I would like to focus on two things. First, I will revisit these mainstream debates and situate inter-Korean cooperation within the rapid changing geopolitical landscape shaped by North Korea's evolving external alignment and recent adoption of two-state doctrines. And second, I will argue that economic cooperation must be reconceptualized not as a subordinate variable to security politics, but as a central instrument for building sustainable trust and peaceful coexistence. Traditionally, inter-Korean cooperation has relied heavily on the bilateral channels, a pattern rooted in a long-standing narrative of ethnic solidarity and prioritized the symbolic utility over institutional stability. This dynamic was evident in projections such as Chaesung Industrial Complex and Mountain Kumgang Tourism Program, both of which have achieved early policy success, yet provide highly vulnerable to swift into the political and security conditions. Even when cooperation was facilitated through UN agencies, much of it was structured by what the OECD doc classifies as a bilateral type multilateral aid, which is multi-bi. The limitation of previous efforts can be summarized into two fundamental points. First, cooperation lacked predictability and sustainability. Political fluctuation frequently disrupt the programs and then undermine the long-term confidence. Second, and more fundamentally, North Korea's attitude to South Korea has changed in a profound way. One of the clearest indications of this shift is North Korea's recent articulation of the two-state doctrine. And this evolving posture underscores the difficulty of relying on past models of inter-Korean engagement, given the way North Korea positions itself today, and in a light of a broader geopolitical shift. Further engagement must seek a new approach. And as you all know, the surrounding international environment has also undergone dramatical transformation, particularly since the outbreak of the war between Ukraine and Russia. North Korea's recent military cooperation with Russia has resulted in an unprecedented level of strategic alignment between the two countries. In fact, Russia had provided almost no substantial material assistance to North Korea during the 21st century, beyond the debt cancellation, which carries limited practical impact. Since the war began, however, Russia has begun supplying food and energy to North Korea, marking a notable expansion of material support. Their relation now extends well beyond humanitarian or basic economic assistance. It has evolved into a far broader form of strategic cooperation. A clear example is that signing of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Treaty, which expands cooperation into areas such as public health, science, and technology, signaling a deepening geopolitical partnership. And Russia also offers explicit diplomatic support to Pyongyang, most notably by blocking the extension of the UN Security Council's panel of experts, thereby weakening the monitoring and reinforce of sanctions. And China also has adjusted its posture as well. And together, these point to the fundamental reconfiguration of North Korea's external environment, and one that further complicates the strategic landscape for inter-Korean relations. And these also highlights the needs for inter-Korean economic cooperation to operate a durable trade. In other words, if economic cooperation is to serve as a stabilizing force, then it must be designed and managed by long-term sustainability at its core, grounded in trust, inclusiveness, and institutional relations. The Northern Sea route can be served as a good example. North Korea not only shares the border with Russia, but also possesses a geographical advantage that allows Northern Sea route to be connected to inland China. This geopolitical position gives North Korea the potential to develop into a logistics and transportation hub linking to the NSR with the Northeast Asian region. Meanwhile, South Korea has a strong infrastructure construction capabilities and related to technologies enable it to help connect the NSR to the port of Busan by supporting railway, roads, and port infrastructure development in North Korea. And through these, the Trans-Korean logistics network can be established, enhancing North Asia all over logistical competitiveness. South Korea is unique position to provide targeted and practical support, not only because it has a long-standing expertise in key development sectors, but also because it holds distinguished advantages in geography and shared language, which significantly lower transaction costs and enable deeper, more effective engagement with North Korea. And these advantages place South Korea in a particular strong position to assist in areas with North Korea's needs are greatest and where external assistance has historically been limited, such as energy and power system and transportation and extra, and other institutional foundation essential for North Korea's long-term development and integration into a regional economy. By strengthening the economic interdependence, we can create a virtuous cycle in which exchange generates the tangible benefits and benefit reinforce the trust. And importantly, for this process to be viable, economic cooperation must not be subordinated to the subordinated variable to security politics and politics. It must operate as a stable and autonomous track that can withstand political fluctuation. And this is not merely a symbolic or political gesture. It is a institutionalized process that can anchor long-term peace and make cooperation resistant to political shock. And while the bilateral cooperation will remain important, it should not be only channel for engagement. The shifting geopolitical landscape make the increasingly necessity to diverse cooperation through multilateral platform. And at the same time, it is important for Korea to find a way to ensure its perspectives are reflected in the design and implementation of such multilateral funds, even while operating within a broader multilateral framework. From a strategic standpoint, the fund's purpose, governance structure, and delivery modalities should be designed in a way that are acceptable to North Korea and conducive to its engagement. For example, the UN Multi-Partner Trust Fund offer a variable model to joint governance in which donors, partner countries, and UN agencies make decisions collectively. And this structure can help reduce North Korea's concern about sovereignty and allow for more flexible modalities of engagement. At the same time, the private sector must become a central partner in this reordinated cooperation framework. Recent international development practice increasingly relies on blended finance, mechanisms such as guarantees, co-financings, and risk sharings that mobilize private capital alongside public resources. Applying these instruments to inter-Korean context can help transfer the bilateral cooperation into a market-driven and sustainable model, providing a more stable financial base and fostering the cooperation dynamics that is less vulnerable to political instability. Ultimately, the success of END initiative will hinge not simply on political commitment, but on our collective ability to design cooperation architecture that are resilient, inclusive, and capable of enduring the fluctuation of the security environment. In this regard, economic cooperation must not be understood as not a juncture to political or security agendas, but as a strategic and sustainable trust-building mechanism, one that aligns government leadership with the innovation, resources, and long-term perspective of the private sector. In these years ahead, South Korea will need to assume the dual role of coordinator and architect, a coordination that brings together diverse partners across bilateral and multilateral arenas, and an architect that shapes the institutional foundations necessary for durable peace and shared prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hong. Dr. Hong presented very well the inter-Korean exchanges and cooperation focusing on economic factor. And I'm particularly impressed on the humanitarian assistance. If South Korea, not by itself, but aligned with the international community, moving together to the north, that can be a very effective trust-building approach to the North Korea. I was very impressive one. Thank you very much. And now we finished the 5 presentations, and next step is to the questions from moderator to the panelists. As a moderator, I will now pose questions to each distinguished panelist. And please note, panelists, that should any of your colleagues raise a related point, or if you wish to share your own opinions during another panelist responses, please let me know. Feel free to signal me by raising your hand, and you can anytime jump into our discussions. First, my question goes to Professor Hwang. And you utilized Johan Galtung's concept of negative peace and positive peace. And you argued that in the short term, the Lee administration should pursue a form of negative and unstable peace as a necessary foundation, with maintaining the long-term vision of achieving positive and stable peace. I think it is a very important suggestions for the Lee Jae-myung administration at the moment. And my question to you, Professor Hwang, is given North Korea's assertion of hostile two-state relations, what foundation must the Lee administration build, and what is necessary for its long-term approach of achieving positive and stable peace or sustained dialogue with the North? Because in my understanding, it is a little difficult time to make trust building or extend inter-Korean relations and cooperation, because the hostile two-state relationship of the North, it is a very negative or challenges for the inter-Korean relations. What is your take on this?
Okay, thanks for the wonderful questions for this very important issue on the Korean Peninsula. I think that already the Lee Jae-myung government already talks about the meaning of the END initiative on the current ongoing issues on the Korean Peninsula. So we all understand the reality of the Korean Peninsula. North Korea does not respond to the South Korea's the suggestions. And even though the South Korean government tried to have a dialogue with the North Korea, they said that, as you mentioned, that the inter-Korean relations is your hostile two-state relations in the world, right? So it is more difficult than before to have a dialogue with North Korea. But I think that eventually it changes. We all expected that after the President Trump's the offer to meet Kim Jong-un in Gyeongju or Busan, on the occasion of this APEC the meeting, Kim Jong-un did not respond. So I recently wrote the commentary that titled as "What Will Bring Kim Jong-un Back to the Negotiation Table with Trump," which will not be actually realized in the near future. But it may change. Maybe only next year, the North Korea will have 9th Party Congress, and then will evaluate the past 5 years of their strategic, security, and economic plan, whether they achieve their goals or not. What is the status of the North Korea right now. And then maybe after some changes in international relations as well as on the Korean Peninsula, I mean, you may know that it's really important to see the Ukraine war, ends in the future, and also maybe the peace should be back to the Middle East, especially in the Israeli, the Palestinian, conflict, and then maybe, given the changed relations between Russia and North Korea, given the changes between China and North Korea, we are not sure about that. But anyway, in the future, maybe there could be some opportunities, and then in that case, that we should take that chance in order to change the situation on the Korean Peninsula. So before that, we need to make effort to keep knocking on the door, to the northern side. Right now, at the moment, it's really difficult and more difficult than before. But it is really important to keep trying to, talking to North Korea, even though the North Korea does not respond to that. So.
Thank you very much, Professor Hwang. Actually, this is a very difficult question, but he explained inter-Korean relations based on international environment. And also, I think it is very difficult at the moment, but in the future, probably if North Korea talk with the United States, there can be make changes around the Korean Peninsula situation. In the same context, my next question is to Professor Easley. I'd like to ask about the prospect for the resumption of North Korea-US nuclear negotiation and the real position of the Trump administration, particularly the US stand on the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and probably can be a good connections with Professor Hwang's answers. Please.
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I'm sure if there are any journalists left in the room, your question is top of mind for them, and I will answer it. But since you invited me to make comments or ask questions to other panelists, I'd like to do that very, very briefly, because I was so fascinated by my colleagues' remarks. Professor Miyamoto said that we did the tatemae and he brought the honne. I thought that was very refreshing. And I guess, I was trying to be quite polite and not criticizing the END initiative. There's a reason why I spelled out Pyeonghwa, right? Because Pyeonghwa doesn't have a D in it. So we can mention denuclearization in terms of the yardsticks for measurement of progress. We can mention denuclearization in the process of negotiations. But having a D in the policy is certainly one way of almost ensuring that the policy will be rejected by Pyongyang. And to be very honest, just in English, the sound of end, when you're trying to say we're going to not provoke, we're not going to absorb, we don't want regime change, but then the name of the policy is end. I mean, I understand it means end of the Cold War conflictual era, but I think spelling out Pyeonghwa, Korean word instead of an English word, it has some advantages to it, even though you can't remember what all my letters were. But I wanted to say that about Professor Miyamoto's comments. He gave us some sobering points. And another issue with end, besides the sound of it, is also the confusion about sequencing versus simultaneity. My distinguished Chinese colleague made it sound like it's a sequence, but I understand from Korean colleagues it's not necessarily sequential, right? And so there's a bit of I think misunderstanding about that, and it's not anyone's fault, but but I think there's built-in ambiguity into that for reasons of diplomatic effort. But maybe we have to be careful about the sequencing versus simultaneity. And then I was just absolutely fascinated by Dr. Hong Ji-young's presentation. But you didn't really use the word sanctions. And so I don't really know, as fascinated as I am by the idea of an economic cooperation development finance fund, it would require probably a fair amount of sanctions reduction and market logic. I mean, it can't be donations, right? It has to make sense in terms of business. It can't all be aid and grants. And obviously that requires North Korea to hold up its end of the bargain in a step-by-step process. So I'd be very interested to hear colleagues' elaboration on these points. So to your question, Professor Kim, I guess I'd answer it like this. On the previous panel, my fellow American, Dr. Zack Cooper, I really liked his remarks because I too am a middle power booster. And I've also talked about the role of reverse Gaiatsu, right? It's time for U.S. allies to maybe help put guardrails around U.S. foreign policy and help guide the United States in mutually productive directions. And I associate myself with those comments. But I disagree with the point that you made, Zach, when you said, what's the purpose of U.S.-Japan ROK? It's not clear. I think it is clear. It's North Korea. And it's not just deterring North Korea, increasing the credibility of deterrence vis-a-vis North Korea. It's also about increasing the credibility of engagement of North Korea. Once we switch back to that mode, once North Korea comes back to the negotiating table, you want to see Washington, Seoul, and Tokyo on the same page about engagement and not just deterrence. And that's very important. So trilateral US-ROK-Japan cooperation is focused on North Korea. And I want to say something else about it because this gets to your question. It need not be about Russia and China, but Russia and China are making it about them. Russia in particular with its illegal trade with North Korea in violation of UN Security Council resolutions, effectively giving North Korea some de facto recognition as a nuclear state. It's very much against the interests of South Korea, Japan, the United States, and it's destabilizing for this region. And so Russia is making itself the subject of needed cooperation among the U.S., South Korea, and Japan. And frankly, I think there are some pretty important questions around China's implementation of UN Security Council resolutions that it voted for. I listened with great interest to Ambassador Taiping's remarks, and I didn't hear the word denuclearization. He said that China's policy is stable, unwavering, or consistent, and many points he makes, and certainly the insights provided by my colleague on the stage, I agree with so much of what you say. But where's the denuclearization? It seems that maybe Kim Jong-un asked China to not say that word, and China, for whatever reason, is obliging. So this is a real problem, and I think that in this environment, where now Russia and China are enabling North Korea and this instability and this threat to the region, I'm afraid that U.S. DPRK relations and the restart of negotiations, you asked about denuclearization, I'm afraid, and I don't like this as an American who focuses on Korea, but I'm afraid that U.S. DPRK relations depend on U.S.-Russia relations and U.S.-China relations, right? And I'm afraid that, as much as I think inter-Korean relations should drive what goes on in this peninsula, I'm afraid that Seoul is waiting for Trump and KJU. So actually, inter-Korean relations are now demoted to third tier after Russia, U.S., China get figured out, and then Trump, KJU. And I don't think that's a very good situation. I don't think it's very desirable for END or for Pyeonghwa initiative. And so what I'd like to ask us to maybe think a little bit more about, because we have another action-forcing event coming up. I think if Trump comes back to Asia in the spring, to visit China in the spring, maybe ahead of that we should be talking a bit more about four-party interests, about the overlapping interests among China, South Korea, Japan, and the United States, and frankly, dealing with the norm-violating behavior of Russia in a more systematic way. I think we need more track 1.5s about this, and especially working level discussions, because you can't just leave everything up to summits. That won't work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Isley. I mean, your answer is very straightforward and candid. And I know he's an old friend of Korea and Korean people. We have long-term friendships. And he's sometimes very straightforward, talked about the situation around the Korean Peninsula. But I know it is your friendship expression for the South Korea and Korean peoples. Thank you very much for your answer. And at the same time, probably we now listen to the real position of the US. Now we want to listen from real position of China. Professor Liu, my next question goes to you. And I would like to hear China's perspective on the denuclearization among the three pillars of the END of South Korean, the Lee Jae-myung administration's initiative. South Korea, as well as the international community, has noted that a recent decrease in China's mention of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. With the improvement of North Korea-China relations, there is curiosity about whether there has been a subtle shift in China's stand on denuclearization issues. And furthermore, if China desires denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula continuously, is there any the point or what joint action can South Korea and China take to cooperation toward this goal of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula? Please answer your question, please.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think before I answer the question, the first statement I want to make, what I present is my personal views, not representing Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences, of course not Chinese government. So about your question, I think it's many people's concern about China's position on the goal of denuclearization. For me, from my study, I think up to now, there is no official change on China's policy goal on Korea Peninsula. That is maintaining and safeguarding the stability and the peace of Korea Peninsula and advocating denuclearization and solving issues through dialogue and negotiations. But the things always change. So from time to time, maybe the official statement or official expression will be have different stress, different emphasis. That might cause some thought or some thinking about whether China will give up the call. But I don't think so, because the surrounding area, we call it a periphery area of China. Korea Peninsula security is one of the most important thing for Chinese government. So keep stable and keep stability and peace in this area is the priority of China's policy. About China and South Korea's negotiation, I would like to say, if you notice the meeting between the two top leaders, there's two words to describe the relationship. That is inseparable partner. And when we talk about the relationship between China and the DPRK, we use the word traditional friends. So it's a little bit different, but both Koreas are very important to China's national interests. That is why now, at least in scholars' circle, the Korea Peninsula is also very hot topics in the meetings or conferences. So since Lee Jae-myung administration has already proposed the END initiative, I know maybe there's some criticism or not very positive or a little bit pessimism about the initiative, but I think that is a very good start to reopen the inter-Korea relationship. I think China is very willing to play a constructive role to bring the two Koreas into dialogue track. I think that is also China's national interest in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Liu. Probably you don't know that this stage is very hot. And so my panelists are really, energy is running out. I wonder how news anchor and movie stars can endure this one. No wonder they got highly paid. And next, our panelist is Professor Miyamoto. And Miyamoto can speak 3 languages. I envy you, really. And he can speak Japanese. Of course, he's come from Japan. And also fluently speak English. And he's almost a native speaker of Korean languages. So especially this time, I ask you in Korean language, and you can answer in Korean language too. And I need your favor. You can use the translator equipment, and we have a simultaneous translations. I'm sorry. And Miyamoto 교수님.
So Professor Miyamoto,
남북 교류를 강조하셨습니다.
you emphasized the inter-Korean relationship and exchanges.
미국의 동맹,
But the alliance between the US and Korea and Japan
북한의 핵과 미사일 위협에 대한
can also establish deterrence against the nuclear threat from the North. And by preparing this counter-deterrence, we can also resume the dialogue with the North. And actually, this approach would become more effective. Under the current circumstances, North Korea continue to focus. There is very low possibility of North Korea to abandon their nuclear development program. Against this backdrop, if Korea continue to consolidate its alliance with the U.S. and Japan, don't you think that the possibility of engagement with North Korea would go lower based on the current situation of North Korea? And in order to facilitate exchanges and engagement with the North, what will be the right advice from the Japan to resume the dialogue with the North? And how we can get back North Korea on the table again? And what is your perspective? And I would like to get your wisdom on this matter. Thank you very much. Okay, now I will answer in Korean. So about the way to carry out inter-Korean relations, there is some North Korean, pro-North Korean Japanese in Japan. So they are Japanese Korean who are pro-North Korea. I also have some kind of relationship with them. In June this year, last year, North Korea delivered some message and instruction to this group, which said, how can they contact with other Koreans? And of course, this instruction was not disclosed, but anyway, I read that instruction. I cannot tell you the details, but what is important thing here is that even if we are the same nation, actually you have to report any North Korean in Japanese should be reported. And actually, North Koreans in Japan and Japanese Koreans are different. That was their attitude and their position. So they distinguish North Korean with South Koreans and also other Japanese Korean. The United Nations, and also based on the agreed framework and other international agreement, it is okay to meet other nationals. However, they should never use the term inter-Korean relations. I'm not sure how far we can keep that term, but it is called the CHOE relationship, and actually the term would no longer be used, and I'm not sure until when this term is prohibited. But anyway, we should not use inter-Korean relationship. But fortunately, they should, and also they should not use the term reunification and denuclearization either. Denuclearization should never be mentioned at all. So unification, South Korea dialogue, and denuclearization and USD are the prohibited words for North Korea. That is USD. So you have to memorize them. But there is one person who can use this word. So it is very difficult to meet all Japanese Koreans, but in China there's Chinese Korean, Korean Chinese, and Korean Chinese have some engagement with North Koreans and also South Koreans. So moving forward, Korean Chinese and Korean are the Korean Russians and Korean Central Asians, and also North Korean groups in Japan, pro-North Koreans in Japan, will receive some message from North Korea. So of course it would take some time, but on a gradual level, we could build a confidence, providing more opportunities to engage in a dialogue. Nevertheless, that cannot be regarded as any change. So South Korea and North Korea are under military confrontation. So as far as there is no military buildup, we cannot ensure our national safety and securities. So deterrence is the key to protect the national security. So if there is any tension, keeping tension would help to secure peace. Actually, this definition might be a little bit different from your idea and your definition of peace. So peace on the Korean Peninsula can be regarded as deterrence. So peace cannot be addressed by disarmament, and that will not be desirable at all. That's also the case for China, Russia, and other countries. So peace in the East Asia has been achieved through deterrence, not by disarmament. In other regions, for example, in the Middle East, if the military force is weakened, that country would under attack. For example, Iran and Israel. I also have some special relations with Iran and Israel. I had a chance to went to Iran for 2 times and also 2 times in Israel. And also when I went to Israel, in my passport there was the visa stamp from Iran. But anyway, I could enter Israel. But what I felt at the moment is that both Iran and Israel continue to build up their military force. And that is the reason why they could keep themselves and they could protect themselves. However, other Arabic countries such as Jordan, Syria, Their military power is relatively weak, so even if Gaza is attacked, no country can help them. Since their military power is weak, nobody can protect them. That is the reality of Middle East, and that's also the case for Ukraine. So the world in the future, so since the international rules are under the turmoil, countries that abandon their military force would go under a great risk. Of course, we are not attacking others, but in order to protect ourselves, we need to build a certain level of military power. And by keeping that level of military buildup, it is desirable to be engaged in a dialogue with the North.
We're running out of time, so I go straight down to the point. Dr. Hong, I have a question that we have still, if we consider the inter-Korean economic cooperation, and we can work with other neighboring countries, even US and China, working with economic cooperation with North Korea, but still we have a political, the lack of political stability in the Korean Peninsula. If North Korea derailed from the cooperation or denuclearization rail tracks, and what we should do in that case?
네, 저도 한국어 통역이 제공이 되기 때문에.
So I will also speak in Korean because we have interpreters. I would like to use that benefit. Well, Professor Easley talked about this briefly, about sanctions. So economic cooperation, talking about that, I'm already thinking that we're away from sanctions. So already sanctions have been lifted. That's where I start with my economic cooperation models and the security, political security model and economic cooperation. How can we do that in parallel? It's not about aid. We have to do this as cooperation. That's what I was trying to get at. So there's three keywords that I wanted to put forth. G2G. That's what we were relied on. But if we expand on that in military security, even if that's shaky, through economic cooperation, we need to continue that. That's what I wanted to kind of point out, that economic cooperation should still be steadfast. So multilateral framework is what's needed. We use that multilateral frame. And another way to do that is to work with other countries. For instance, there's these countries, neutral countries, Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, that have these long-standing relationships of humanitarian assistance to North Korea. We can use those countries, or right now, Russia and North Korea as well, or China, using these other Russia or China, trying to get a triangular cooperation model. These are models that can sustain economic cooperation. That's what I'm trying to point at. And once all of this is stabilized, then we can expand this to the private sector. We talked about this several times, but not based on special relationships, but in general two-country situations. We start with economic cooperation between countries and then build upon different levels, and then we can move on to other levels. But we're two different states, two distinct states, and so using blended finance. So the government kind of helps private financing, provides resources so the private financing can be used, like co-funding or guarantees, and have private financing also enter into the picture. And so that's how North and South economic cooperation can be more sustainable, is what I was trying to point out. Thank you.
My sincere apology. I failed to manage proper time controls. So I should finish the close here of the session 2. And probably you have, the floor has many questions to each panelist. We can use the tea time break, and probably a panelist will answer you very diligently. And once again, thank you very much for the distinguished, excellent panelists, and also thank you to you all for the audience. Thank you very much for the joining in the session 2. We have very good discussions today. once again, we hope good development of the international friendship, as well as please we can have working together for the peace around the Korean Peninsula. Thank you very much. Thank you.
제2세션을 훌륭하게 이끌어주신 김한권 교수님과 패널 여러분께
So
깊이
please give a
감사드립니다.
deep
진심 어린 박수로
thanks
감사의
and
마음을
deep
전해주십니다.
round of applause to panelists and Professor Kim.
이렇게 제2세션을
So this is the
마치겠습니다.
end of
이제 마지막
session 2.
세션 전 약
Now
20분간 휴식
we will
시간을
have
갖도록
20-minute
하겠습니다.
break.
잠시 재충전의 시간을 가진
So after,
오후 3시
take some time to
20분까지
refresh
좌석에
yourself.
주시기 바랍니다.
Please come back
This
to the
concludes session
hall
2.
by
The next session will
3:20.
begin at 3:20 p.m. Please return to the conference hall and be seated by 3:20. 수고하셨습니다. 안을 더우시죠 좀?
아니요.
아 그래요? 괜찮습니까?
여기 완전 히터 껐어요.
아침부터
껐어요.
아직 열기가 좀 남아 있나 보네요. 아 그렇구나 조명이다.
아침에 이 세션 할 때부터 시작하기 전서부터 저 부산에서 막 부채질을 하죠.
잘 배치가 됐네요. 그건 저 잘 모르겠습니다. 네네. 네, 알겠습니다. 근데 그냥 그러니까 제가 지금 그냥 하고 싶으면 하라고 이렇게 얘기해야 되는 거예요. 네, 알겠습니다. 적당히 해볼게요.
앞부분에 자세히
많이 비어 있으니 주시면 감사하겠습니다라고 약간 좀 시키는 뉘앙스로 얘기를 아니면 앉아 주셔도 됩니다라고 이럴까? 네, 근데 이따 좀 이따 얘기해야 되니까요. 그때 얘기할게요. 아, 그래요. 네. 벌써 그렇게 됐구나. 네. 곧 제3세션이 시작될 예정이오니 참석자분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. Session 3 will begin shortly. We kindly ask all participants to take their seats. 아울러 회의장의 맨 앞자리가 많이 남아 있어오니 패널들을 가까이서 보고 싶어 하시는 분들께서는 앞으로 이동해 주셔도 무방합니다. 곧 제3세션이 시작될 예정이오니 참석자분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. Session 3 will begin shortly. We kindly ask all participants to take their seats. 또한 회의장 앞쪽에 자리가 많이 남아 있으므로 회의를 가까이서 보고 싶어 하시는 분들은 앞에 공석으로 이동해 주셔도 무방합니다. Please feel free to take unoccupied seats in the front rows. 곧 제3세션이 시작될 예정이오니 참석자분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. Session 3 will begin shortly. We kindly ask all participants to take their seats. 그럼 지금부터
We will now
제3세션을
begin
시작하도록
session
하겠습니다.
3 of today's
3세션의
forum.
주제는 AI 대전환을 위한
Session 3 is on the theme of economic security diplomacy for AI-led great transformation. And the moderator is Professor Lee Hyo-young of the International Trade, Economy and Security Studies Department at IFANS. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Oh yes, I was just introduced. I'm Professor Lee Hyo-young from the International Trade, Economy, and Security Studies Department here at IFANS, and it's an honor for me to moderate this session 3. Today at the Seoul Diplomacy Forum, a lot of people have come here early in the morning, and I'd like to thank all the participants for staying with us until the very last session here today. This is the last session, session 3. We're going to talk about economic security diplomacy for AI-led great transformation, and as you can see from the title, today AI is just not a mere innovation, but it's related in depth with national security and economy. So it's actually AI is an issue that's intricately connected with national security. We've talked about a lot of things this morning. Among them, the constant theme was U.S. and China rivalry in AI field as well. This is also a heated topic between the U.S. and China. AI technology and governance is an important issue where the U.S. and China apparently try to gain the competitive edge in battle. So in Korea, we're a powerhouse in technology, and in the field of AI as well, Korea wants to stand up as the third powerhouse in AI. We have made that sovereign AI vision, and so our sovereign AI policy to achieve that, electricity, semiconductor infrastructure is also being heavily invested so that we can make our own sovereign AI ecosystem here in Korea. We had the APEC summit in Gyeongju recently, as you all know, and the APEC AI initiative was also proposed. In the AI field, this is international cooperation that has been proposed, and this was started at the Gyeongju APEC summit. So we have this very important theme to go through here in session 3, and we have invited these experts to talk about AI and this issue, and it's a very great honor to have them here and to introduce them. From my left, I'm going to introduce from LG AI Research, she's the head of strategy there, Kim Yoo-chul is with us. And then Hyun-chan, Associate Professor of the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, KAIST. From Naver Cloud, Sung Nak-ho, EVP, is with us. And Aju University Professor Lee Wang-hee is with us. And from Hanyang University, Erica, Assistant Professor Baek Seo-in is also with us. Welcome. So now I think that their research and competency in the AI field, they're very distinct, but we'll go through their presentations one by one. I'm going to start with Kim Yoo-chul. I'll give you 10 to 12 minutes, okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Kim Yoo-chul from LG AI Research Institute. Since I'm the first presenter, I'm going to give you some overview about AI. I'm not sure whether I will take 10 minutes, but I hope that we can have very productive and active dialogue on this matter. As all of you are well aware, the AI competition has become more and more escalated. This is not just about technological competition. It has huge impact on the national security, sovereignty, and economy. Not only the competition rivalry between China and the United States, countries around the world are now having a sense of crisis that if we do not catch up right now, they will lag behind forever. Korea is well aware that AI is extremely important for the national growth and development, carrying out a couple of different type of policies. This will dramatically upend the industrial structure, and it will generate new economic values. Korea, there might be some question whether Korea is capable enough to establish a sovereign AI. I believe so. It has highly advanced technologies, including semiconductor, software system, AI technologies, and all the full stack for AI. And public and companies and industries and academia are also very active in introducing and applying AI into their work. So I think this trend seems to be very much positive. So such AI ecosystem is created in Korea, but there are some concerns whether it can be done by our own or whether it requires some cooperation with global tech companies and other countries. Actually, there is no one fit for all answer, but today I would like to tell you why we need some unique AI ecosystem. At this moment, a lot of companies are engaged in AI model development, and AI model development can be also regarded as a great index that measures the progress of nationals' AI technologies. So far, based on disclosed information, the learning was done, and now we are running up to the era of agent AI. So workflow data and the industrial site, and also the workflow of human beings need to be learned. As all of you are well aware, Korea is a strong powerhouse on manufacturing, administration, and many other digital industries. So there are a very active attitude to introduce AI in all these domains. And along the way, global big tech companies are now actively rushing into Korea to provide their own solutions and setting up their office in Korea. That is because they want to also gain some workflow data and thereby sophisticating more and more highly refined data. Therefore, in their own industries, Korea should focus on developing their own ideas and models, and also that would lead to the virtuous circle. And only by doing so, Korea could establish an AI ecosystem with global competitive edge. The most important measure that we have to take at this moment is not an exclusive manner such as export control. So instead, policies to encourage the infrastructure is more important, and such policies have been adopted in many countries around the world. The United States also recommends some policies, and Chinese companies are also providing a lot of support to their own companies, academia, and local government. And EU has also announced the bi-European policies stressing the usage of European AI models. For Korea, it also encourages some policies to use AI models made by Korea. So by making the unique AI ecosystem in Korea, we need to establish our own AI sovereignty. But it doesn't mean that we should not be engaged in global cooperation. In AI technologies, there are a lot of discussions on AI standards. Such discussion need to be carried out by alliance and cooperation among industries. So de facto standards is very important in this direction. So in the consultation body and standardization activities, Korea should be actively engaged. And also, we can be engaged on R&D activities with sovereign AI and R&D sectors. So for AI sector to become more and more expanded, we have to explore the right partners. So in that regard, global cooperation is very important. In conclusion, Korea is capable enough to establish its unique AI system, and also by setting up the virtuous circle, it needs to carry out the strategies to expand abroad. To that end, by harnessing all the infrastructure, technologies, and services, AI technology development should cover all the stakeholders and players concerned. And to that end, better policies and companies' cooperation and active participation are highly required. Thank you very much. So thank you, Mr. Kim. So thank you for completing your remarks in less than 10 minutes, and I will ask you a lot of questions instead. In this era of AI competition, he mentioned about the needs of establishing the unique AI ecosystem in Korea, but also at the same time, he stressed the needs of global cooperation. And to that end, he stressed the importance of establishing the unique AI system. To be more specific, what would be the right direction? That will be covered by our following panelists. And also, I'm going to ask the relevant questions to you later on.
So, Professor Hyun-chan, next presenter, I'll give you the floor. Yes, I'm from KAIST. And I'm from the Graduate School of Kim Jae-chul. Hyun-chan is my name, and I study AI. In the front lines, I am involved in AI research, and I'm teaching students so that they can also work as AI professionals in society. And so I have a perspective of a researcher, a scholar, and I also meet a lot of young people. So the young people, how does AI influence them, and how will AI influence the future generation is also a topic that I'm interested in. The question that I was posed is, what do we have to do to establish an AI development strategy? So there are two things to look at, promotion and regulation. So balancing promotion and regulation of AI technology is what I want to talk about. I thought about this topic given to me, and I put down some notes that I wanted to share with you today. Now, it was already explained very well. AI technology innovation speed is very fast, and as a researcher, I'm following the fastest trends of development, but still, even in my perspective as well as a researcher in this field, the technological advancement is just so fast that it's burdensome sometimes. It's so fast. And even the students at the front line of all of this, they're also overwhelmed by the technological advancement. There's issues that haven't been solved in 10 years, but now in a year or within 6 months, it's like being concluded, right? The answers are coming out, so it's very fast how things are advancing and how the future will pan out. It's hard to even envision 5 years from now because everything's moving so fast. That's the first thing that I want to mention, and I cannot emphasize that enough. And so those are all uncertainties as well. And amidst all of these uncertainties, there's a lot of technological conundrums that are being resolved. But yeah, AI is addressing various issues as well. Now, I'm talking about speed a lot in the beginning, but why am I doing that? Because as technology develops, this is going to cause social impact, right? There's ripple effects into society, and it's going to be enormous. For instance, young people, and then as well, there are people that will lag behind, the people vulnerable in society that will not catch on. So there's negative effects to society as well. So the negative effects, how can we mitigate that and control that? There's regulation side to all of this that we have to look into too. But before I go to regulations, nevertheless, still, there's uncertainties about this in the future, but we do have to promote this. We have to advance this promotion and be at the forefront of advancing this technology. The reason is because it's kind of like military defense, national defense. Without technology, if you just put in regulations, that means nothing. So personally, what I think is Europe, there's a lot of strategies in Europe. They do systematic regulations first, and then within those regulational boundaries, they try to build technology. But if you do it that way, there's a lot of excellent institutions and talent in Europe, but because the regulations were first, they could not really move beyond the boundaries. And so a lot of people say that even in Europe. And so I think right now, my conclusion is we have to promote first before regulating. Promotion has to come first to build an industry. And there are people that will lag behind, but we have to find some opportunity cost for them. There has to be some kind of social net, safety net for those people that are vulnerable, but still, we have to focus more on promotion at this stage of this technology. Then how can we promote this technology? What should we do specifically? Let me talk about that first, and then I'll talk about how we should regulate all of this. Well, first of all, Korea wants to become one of the 3 powerhouses in AI, the third. And computer vision is what I teach, right? Visual AI. And a lot of people know this, but we're always number 3 from a long time. US, China, Korea, and US, China, Korea, 1, 2, 3. This has been in visual AI. This has been a long tradition, actually, for more than 10 years, but it's not difficult to be number 3 because 1, 2 is so far ahead of us, actually. 1 is 45%, number 2 is 20%, and then number 3, which is us, is 5%. We're the solid 3rd place, and the others are like 1%, but we're only 5%, right? So top tier, I'm just talking about just a top tier, 1, 2, 3, and how far apart we are, but the talent that we have is very high, I would say, and compared to our population, the top tier researchers per capita, like in population, we're not envying anyone. We're not envying China. We have that much talent in Korea, let's say, right? So we have the talent. Another strength that Korea has is we have good data as well. Data is very important for AI model. Everyone, I'm sure you've heard of it. AI model relies a lot on data and data integrity, good data. Getting a lot of that is very important to train AI. And in the public sector, government sector data, also industry data, a lot of data we have is digitalized, and that's a big strength that we have. Then what are the shortcomings? Infrastructure is the biggest shortcoming right now, I would say. We need infrastructure. GPU cluster is what I'm talking about to make the network of calculation and computer resources. We still need more, like GPUs and so forth. But there's a social consensus that's built that knows that we need to build this infrastructure. So that's a very positive direction. As time passes by, infrastructure can be built is my optimistic thinking. And so we're at that stage where we have to actively build the infrastructure. So we have good talent, we have the data, and when we acquire the infrastructure, which we lack right now, is that the end? Is it over? Well, no, we need more capital investment. That's the last stage. AI technology, no matter how good the technology is at the base technology level, you need the ecosystem and you have to link it with actual industry. No matter how much research does, if you don't make it practical with industry, then it cannot be digested. Then the talent well, you get talent, but they'll leave. They won't be interested if this can't be linked to tangible results. They go abroad, they do other things. They're not in Korea. They want to contribute to AI technology that develops overseas if you can't link it to practical industry here. So of course, talented people going overseas building AI technology can benefit Korea as well. I'm not disputing that because that person is also a Korean person that goes abroad to excel the field. So in some way, it's going to come back to us as a benefit. But still, the AI infrastructure in Korea needs talent right now. So somebody with talent can contribute to the AI ecosystem here in Korea. That would be better. That's why I think that the industrial ecosystem has to be built. Capital investment is needed for that. That's what I want to say. So that's my personal input. And to develop talent as well, maybe other people have other thoughts, but Kim Jae-chul AI Graduate School, where I am, the donor, Kim Jae-chul, put big donations into the graduate school so that we have a lot of good, talented students. So annually, a lot of master's degree, PhD students are graduating. But what I think is the core AI talent we have, and still in Korea, there's not a lot of companies that are making AI models. So compared to those companies, the talent that we are developing in core AI, I think we have enough or it's sufficient, the core AI talent. But the issue is in other areas. For instance, AI, you have to integrate it to other industries in other fields. AI literacy is important so that many people can use AI, especially to increase productivity and to increase yield and output. So AI literacy in the industries are very important. So promotion and regulation is very tricky, but if you look at the government that manages and controls all of this, when you build regulations, this is what I want regulators to focus on in their oversight. But I think that AI literacy for all is needed. And that's what the government needs to support, so that it's not regulation, actually, it's education, so that everybody can use AI models make them experience it so that the ecosystem can be built. AI literacy training is very important on 2 points. Now, general education is necessary. All AI education for all, so that all people can understand AI and use it in their lives. And the second pillar would be for young people to more advanced course. So let's say it can be a startup seed. Maybe have some kind of competition so that people out there in the public that can be business seeds, AI startup seeds. They could churn out ideas, right, and contribute. So anyway, the whole population has to be involved in AI. They should have AI literacy, be able to use it, and be accustomed to it. Of course, there's hallucination and AI. You might not rely on it 100%. But people who use AI a lot understand that they know the patterns, then they know how to use it. They know how AI is trained, why AI is outputting that kind of answer. So then you can use AI properly. How can my private data, sensitive data, be misused? You can also understand that, and you can protect your sensitive data. So if you know how to use the model, and if you're trained on AI models, then people become more wise and smart with AI. So between promotion and regulation, this kind of education is important for the government to foster so that AI can be used in the right way. And apart from that, if I talk more about regulation in the regulation aspect, well, in Europe, they have a lot of these protocols, but transparency and accountability is something that we need. This is not more of a regulation, it's more just of a norm or a rule that we should all keep. If a model should have transparency, it should be explainable so that industry can use it. That's a direction we should move in. This kind of a social demand is needed for researchers to research all of that, and to make that, people put in more effort when the social demand is there. So transparency and making things explainable is also an effort we should make. I don't know if I should call it a regulation, but it's like a model that we should all adopt, a rule that should be enforced. Another thing that I want to say is that morals and ethics around AI, we have to develop talent there. If there's new technology advancements, it can be misused or abused in different ways as well. So experts in this field of morality and ethical use of this also should step up, and some legislation or institutional devices should be in place for that as well. Another thing that I thought about lastly is that the strengths. We have good talent. I mentioned that. We have good data here in Korea, talent data, and we also have, and we understand a lot of different components regarding the technology, but not also that we're not China or the US. We're not China or the US. We're not a hegemony country. So we're not a threat to other countries as well. So this position, we can also use that to our advantage. We're not a threat to other countries, but we can help other countries localize AI models, maybe provide a platform for other countries. We're a country that has technology to help build other countries' AI platforms. This can be an opportunity for Korea to capitalize on, I think. So with that, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Professor, for those remarks. To Professor Shim, well, as you mentioned, AI development, one of the biggest things is industry promotion, but also accountability, ethics, stability, regulation issues are also very important. So these two, how to strike a good balance between promotion and regulation. As a researcher, she studies this, so that's why I asked this question and asked her to talk about it. Thank you very much for your rich explanation. You've really stated our strengths, or what we lack, and how we should move forward. And we're not China or the US. We're not a threat to other nations, so maybe we're in a neutral position to be inclusive to other countries and help other countries build their platforms. So our balance, striking a good balance, you talked about that, but also how to move forward in our AI policy. You made suggestions. Thank you very much.
Then about the platform, Mr. Kim Yoo-chul just made a brief explanation, but to be more specific, sovereign AI policies, strategies will be further explained by Mr. Sung-na Ko, Senior Executive Director from Naver Cloud. Hello everyone, this is Sung-na Ko from Naver Cloud. So AI has now become a hot topic around the world, and a lot of people are concerned about how to develop and improve AI. But first of all, I think it's better to understand what the essence of this technology is. When I joined Naver, there were so many challenges that need to be addressed by Naver. And actually, we worked to address them by doing the individual and personal modeling, but our talents were not that much excellent compared to that of Google. So we had transformer models and also see the potential of foundation model. And we did a bet on foundation model. When GPT was first released, we thought that scale up would be the answer. And if that's the case, we believe that this will give us a huge opportunity for us to become the AI superpower. And that's the background of how Naver started to join the AI technologies. So Naver was the third country that announced the AI for the third time in the world, which was much faster than Google. So what is required for AI include excellent talents, but it does not require a huge amount of talent. The key foundation models for AI is good data and good GPU. If that's the case, the intelligence would naturally follow. If this is the case, the most important part here is a certain amount of data and capital. And if we lose this opportunity, we create, in order to catch this opportunity, we use the word sovereign AI. And we thought that we need a facemaker, and we work together with our other companies, but LG is here in front of Naver. But anyway, if Naver is done by ourselves, it can trigger some issues of monopoly. So we thought that we need sound competition. The reason that we thought sovereign AI is important is because its technology is relatively simple compared to other manufacturing industries such as automobile and shipbuilding. So this is the technology that we have to develop. That's what we thought. However, if we gave up, I think its consequences would be huge. So when you think about what AI would generate moving forward, whatever the data is, intelligence of the data need to be represented. In that regard, this will provide huge amount of opportunities. As Mr. Kim Yoo-chul mentioned, if there are a lot of data on workflow, then this will lead to the workflow intelligence. And in case of Google DeepMind View, they also generate some video. So likewise, for self-driving cars, we need to have more self-driving data. So likewise, if there is any data, intelligence could be naturally generated. That is AI. But what we need at this moment is data and learning resources. And actually, these two need to be continuously developed by following the scaling row. So the quality of data is important, and the amount of data is important, computing power, and the size of model. So these are the three key elements for the growth and development of AI. And that is the experimental law, which has not been broken yet. So the more some might wonder that if company has more capital, we would be easily caught up, but that's not the case. If the size of model is up, then the usage cost would go up. In the task which requires high amount of intelligence, that will require more capital resources. However, that's not the case for the most models. So GPT-5 was updated, and with the update, the cost of variables were also announced. So the mixed hybrid model, mixing big model and small model have been very much generated. And we are capable enough to develop small model, and large model would follow after. And we can do it by ourselves, and 80% of traffic will be accepted by us, and 20% will be relied on external model. If that's the case, the pricing strategies of OpenAI will be nullified because based on the cocktail mixing rate, they set the price. However, if we just pass over the high cost of traffic, then this cost structure will be demolished. So we could catch up AI in this trend. And since the learning of AI has become very much fast, this has become very inefficient. When GPT's capacity is not that high, and actually the size of model has been just scaled up and expanded, and also the AI bubble has raised. Because we can see huge impact from dominating the market. But even if we are a late mover, we can also make the sound foundation. And actually, there is very low possibility to dominate the market. So with strategic patience, we can follow up. So when you listen to my words, you can distinguish what we have to do and what we can just give up. So what would happen when AI become more generalized? Considering the intrinsic feature of AI, it is likely to connect all the possible opportunities together. With the spread of internet, a lot of intermediaries were eliminated. In order to receive expert service, we needed some agencies and intermediaries. However, that will be replaced by AI. Then, economic players, a lot of connecting points between the users and providers will be eliminated because economy would not be only worked by AI. It can be worked by users, providers, and suppliers. So when AI become more general, the economy that we can expect is high-density compressed economy. And within this economy, the added value from that platform will be huge. So instead of relying on external platform, if we rely on external platform, that will be regarded as a tax and also other financial burden. So likewise, since this technology unfolds a lot of potential, the Biden administration decided to put it inside their border under the name of AI exclusion. So it was only limited to the U.S. companies. However, with DeepSeek moment, under the Trump administration, that exclusive act was eliminated. So now is the opportunity to catch up these AI opportunities. Of course, there still remain some controversies about AI, the copyright issue, and also the legal issues and hallucination and many other concerns and problems. So the contribution made by content generators need to be addressed, and once that is solved, legislation and institutionalization would be established. And if that's the case, late mover cannot join this trend. So this might be a very critical moment to join this AI trend. Then some might wonder why we have to use AI made by Korea. And isn't it better to use AI? Isn't it more cost effective to use the external made AI? But actually, this is an intelligence that you can ask the question and also give the answer. And like human being, it can have the bias. But if they have the bias, it is highly risky and dangerous. And the search engine is also relying on the algorithm. However, in case of AI, if we ask the question, it just gives the answer right away. Yesterday, the Taiwanese government prohibited to give any answer about Tiananmen Square. So likewise, Actually, the word is differentiated and distinguished with different blocks, so there are some kind of gray zone that cannot be compromised. So that is the reason why we need to establish the sovereignty, AI sovereignty and sovereign AI. And we need some more in-depth discussion about the problems and challenges that can be triggered by the spread of private-made AI. YouTube have driven huge fragmentation and bipolarization of society, and AI is likely to make it more extreme. Instead of just showing, AI is likely to become a very serious propaganda machine. So for that reason, if that is held by wrong-minded people, this is likely to lead to a very serious danger. As the nuclear plant was attacked by the Israeli company, a lot of dangers can take place. And AI can also operate the nuclear power plant and also attack the nuclear power plant altogether. AI can develop and create the codes, but we don't know what kind of malicious code can be hidden inside the explicit code. And also there are some automated hacking taking place in Anthropic. And a lot of R&Ds are underway to prevent this case. But actually there always lie some challenges and limitations. So this is related to the national security. If we just rely on external provider, that would be highly risky. As mentioned by two previous presenters, the most important specification required for AI are relatively simple. Semiconductor, data centers, traffic, and platform are all prepared. So, Google is currently providing all the platform, but that's not the case for Korea. Kakao and Naver are leading the market. So since we already have the full value chain, consolidating them is quite doable and feasible. So to that end, what we need at this moment, as Mr. Kim mentioned, in terms of the intent to standardization, we are actively engaged. Instead of taking completely different methods, we need to deliver the message that we are one team. The most important thing here is that AI learned all the data on the internet, which was also announced by Sam Altman. Based on the premise that AI is generating all the data and information on the internet, in case of self-driving cars, Tesla has its own data, but it has not been uploaded on the internet. So any new data should be more cautious. So let's say if you are making the manufacturing AI, the relevant AI need to be horizontally scaled up. So for that reason, now is the time to focus on the matter. And from the perspective of talent, I think we need to build some consensus. For example, when we establish the foundation model, it does not require a lot of people. But in case of actual application, it requires a lot of people. So for more and more companies to engage the great talents, we need to do the talent development. Actually, this is the situation faced by all countries around the world. If sovereign AI is successfully exported to overseas, then like Saudi Arabia and Thailand are our main partners. So a lot of countries around the world are wondering whether they could do this or not. So we always said that we can do it. And actually, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, really liked this. If that's the case, that would require rising demands of GPU made by NVIDIA. So sovereign AI is not just a catchphrase. With a strong sense of mindset to achieve the goal, we are moving forward. Thank you. So thank you very much, Mr. Sung. So about the sense of ownership about the sovereign AI, I fully agree with you. But also, I have some kind of concern to whether Korea can do this or not, because this requires a huge amount of massive investment and the government support. However, based on all the reasons and that you comment, like unprecedented opportunities and data bias, chamber effect, are all considered, and AI control need to be held in line with our context. So on social and economic terms, that is required. And at the same time, we briefly talked about what kind of strategies that we need. So putting it all together, we can think about what would be the right AI strategies that we have to take.
Next is Professor Moonhee from Aju University, and he's actually an expert in U.S.-China relations. So in the field of AI, how are U.S.-China competition evolving, and what's our role? What direction should we move in this amidst the U.S.-China competition? Yes, I'm from political science at Aju University, Hyoung-chan, and I don't know much about the technology of AI. I'm not an AI expert in terms of technology. I'm more about political sciences and so forth. The presentations you've listened to now are about developers and about developing the technology, but I'm talking about the user perspective, using AI. There's a lot of things about in the perspective of an AI user that I'm going to talk about. Now, we talked about sovereign AI, and 3 people already talked about why we need sovereign AI. But there are some skepticism behind sovereign AI as well. Is it true that we should go in the direction of sovereign AI? There's a lot of questions being asked about that, if it's wise to do so. And so we have to make a review of whether sovereign AI is the right way. Sovereign is not a technology term, it's a political term about sovereignty, especially in international law. We talk about a state sovereignty, right? That's what sovereign is used in that context. So what is sovereign? How can we define sovereign? That's what we have to think about. Now, Mr. Sung talked about AI sovereignty, sovereign AI, but that economic and security perspective, he talked about we need sovereignty. But many of the public in Korea would say, what is the meaning of sovereignty? We're a sovereign state, okay, we get that. But if you look at literature overseas, this could be national or native. So what exactly do you mean when you say sovereign? They're asking, how do we define it? Independent development of an AI model, until what extent can we say it's sovereign? If we incorporate elements from overseas, is that not sovereign then? So we have to kind of think about that. And the cost of establishing sovereign AI as well, there's a price to pay. We have to look at that. Technology and cost. A lot was talked about earlier, actually. But another thing that is talked about, digital Galapagos. There's things that do not evolve there, right? So if we make our own ecosystem, would this create a digital Galapagos? And in the competition of technological advancement, will we deteriorate and be isolated? We have to think about that. And of course, we're moving in the right way, a desirable way to develop AI, but in some countries, there's biases being introduced into AI for state control. I mean, like AI can be a method or a tool to abuse and misuse. So we have to be wary and cautious about that. Also, in U.S. and China relations, open source in China, how is China going to use open source? Because we thought about DeepSeek when it was announced in the U.S. There was a lot of controversy over DeepSeek. It's for free, DeepSeek. but a lot of people are paid subscribers to ChatGPT. There's something free out in the market. Why do I have to use this and pay a cost if it's the same performance? The free version would be more efficient and better for me to use, a lot of people thought. And China has a lot of manpower. They can test a lot of things. They can make different models and customize. And we can take that and customize. So when we use that, how much are we going to use? That's something we have to think about. Of course, in China, there's also, it's open source in China, but we can't just use everything. I'm a political scientist, so DeepSeek's I ask political questions, and DeepSeek would answer, and then 2-3 seconds later, the answer disappears. So as a political scientist, it's meaningless. DeepSeek cannot be used for political science. It's an AI model that cannot be used in political science field, but maybe in other fields it could be used in a positive way, perhaps. I don't know. So that's what we have to think about. And it's not only China that does open source, but other countries can make open source models too. So in that kind of situation, what's the position of the Korean government and Korean companies? We have to think about that. And in the field of security, how to use AI in security. 3 people talked about sovereign AI for security purposes they talked about, but it could be difficult to apply that for security. Right now, U.S.-Korea alliance, ROK-U.S. alliance, we have joint operations, and the U.S. Army or military already has many platforms, AI platforms. They use Palantir or other Android. So there's these systems already in place by the U.S. military, and we're already purchasing that and using that. Our defense industry has contracts with these developers, right? These AI providers, and the Korean military as well. When we do joint defense exercises or joint operations, we have to use these platforms to be synchronized. So in terms of the ROK-U.S. alliance as well, military cooperation, this kind of AI technology is being used when we adapt to that, what the U.S. is using. A lot of people say in the military right now, AI is at a stage where it's being used in Ukraine right now, in warfare actually, but when we look at the data coming out from Ukraine using AI, there's a lot of information, knowledge, and that knowledge, that data coming out is being monopolized by the U.S. military and Ukraine military. But if we work with the U.S. forces, we indirectly benefit from that knowledge gaining as well. But of course, we can't just rely on that alone. One of the aims of our Korean military is war ops, right? Wartime operational control as well. And Professor Shim mentioned that promotion and regulation balance is good, but in military field as well, that's important. We have to cooperate with the UA to a certain extent, but we have to also develop independently our own systems to have control and not lose control. So a balance striking there is also important. And then working with China and the US together on the international stage, it looks like they're fighting all the time, but they are cooperating on some aspects. And regarding AI safety, the US and China do cooperate in many ways. We don't have to worry about that, but the US and China are conflicting in some areas, and that's where we have to pay close attention to. How should we make our position to that? If we do sovereign AI, there's areas where we can cooperate, but that would be limited because we're going our own way, right? Sovereign AI, instead of cooperating, we have to do it ourselves, build our own system. That's the development track that we have to take. And AI standards and norms, that's important. But the US and China already, as the 3 presenters earlier already said, in the AI world market or in AI R&D, they're like 40%, 45%. We're only 5% in the AI market right now. So if we make our own third, even if we call it a third system, let's say standard or regulations, how much impact or influence can we have compared to the US and China? Can we be able to persuade them in establishing standards or so forth? We have to think about that. How influential can we really be? Thank you very much. That was my presentation and questions that I posed. Thank you very much, Professor. There's a lot of things that we were thinking about that you talked about, like with regards to sovereign AI. It's necessary for economy and security, but is it the desirable way? Is it feasible? Is a question we have to think about, you said. Especially digital Galapagos. In the digital realm, if the US or EU, China, everybody has their own AI regulations or AI deregulations, let's say. But for us, if we also have an AI development model that's independent, then in digital regulations or AI global governance, it's going to become more fragmented, the AI effort. So that's also a concern, right? And then isolation of our technology is an issue that we have to talk about further, I'm thinking. In the next round, maybe we should talk more about this. And then open source AI of China, can that be a resource and something that we can use? But data security, bias issues, and reliability, those are issues that would be hard to overcome, you said. And then in the military aspect of it, working with the U.S. forces, there's also a balance that we need to find there as well, you talked about. And then in AI safety, U.S. and China cooperate, you say, but in AI security, it's kind of difficult, you're saying. So that's also something that I want to come back to after the next presenter's presentation, or it's actually connected to that presentation.
So Professor Park is an expert on Chinese technology. So on the technological competition between the U.S. and China, he is going to cover what kind of policies and measures are taken by the Chinese government and the current status of AI ecosystem of China. So now the floor is yours. So thank you very much for a lot of presentation, and I will do my best not to overlap. So the AI and technology competition between two countries, and actually China is rapidly catching up, but it does not mean that China is ahead of the United States. But the gap still remains. And if there is any restriction, China continue to catch up. And whether they're using the GPU inside or outside, they continue to work. So nowadays, every Korean is talking about China. So in general, actually, their comments can be divided into two different categories. One is that it's okay, we are much better, and the other one is, no, China is rising rapidly. So, but what we can say for sure about its technology is the semiconductor and AI are much faster than expected. And Chinese engineers are also rapidly catching up. And also in case of the yield rate, the quality of Chinese products are much better than expected. But we have to wait and see on market application rate. When I joined a lot of conferences, there are so many different agents. So it seems that AI has been used and applied for many different purposes. So AI model service will be much less than other external AI services. But when it turned out to be the final products, their AI model has made great contribution, like much higher yield rates and greater battery qualities. And also in science and technologies, they have been actively used AI. And since China has a lot of populations and a lot of engineers in the country, but the truth is that China has a lot of labor resource, and also most of them are very smart, and all of them are using AI. So that can be regarded as a great competitive edge. And Chinese government is also taking the initiative to lead the trend. And this is the current situation. As an alternative, it is true that we have a potential. And I'm joining a couple of government committee, but to be more objective, we have potential. And the current government policies are much better than that of the past. And also our starting point is not bad at all. But the important thing here is that if we are providing the AI and selling this service to others, we need to think about whether it remains attractive. And there is an issue whether our concept remains clear. So regulations are important, and foundation and ethics are important, but also at the same time, most of our actions will be based on application. So to put it another way, we remain quite ambiguous. It is true that we have great talents and good data and hardware and software, but as Mr. Sung mentioned, even if we have a lot of GPUs and we have a lot of AI, the distribution itself is not enough. So it becomes quite distributed. However, we are not sure whether service will be enough. And in terms of data, private information protection is very important. It's very fierce. So this issue has become very much controversial. So in that regard, nothing is easy at all. Other than Chinese model and the US model, all the other model, there is no exemplary models in the world. In most cases, we compare ourselves with the model from the UK and Japan. However, actually, they really envy us. So conditions are different, and contexts are different, and geopolitical conditions are different. Then, the model that we develop may have some clear concept, and the service that we provide, like the one in the United States and China, we need to think about whether our models are competitive enough compared to others. So how we can fully make the right service would be the key issue. And when it comes to the talents, I fully agree with you. It is true that we need key talents. Then, what is the focus of this talent policies to generate a lot of S-grade talent? Does it mean that we are going to have a lot of S-grade talents, or does it mean that we have to give a lot of PhD degree to those AI super users? Since there are so many companies in China, of course there might be super talents who is great at architecture, but there still remain a lot of issues to address. So in order to develop them, what would be required? Do we have to develop the right curriculum, or also need more and more students with a fast learning curve? What concept and what approach are more required? The attraction that we have is very clear. Advanced manufacturing, digital healthcare data. And a lot of experts from overseas also agree with us. So how to take full advantage of them is our challenge. And global strategies are very important. But because of sovereignty, it seems we feel some resistance. Like external exclusivity has become an issue. My major is technology management, so sovereignty management has been already said. It is not about autarky. It means to other actors in overseas, non-unilateral cooperation would be okay. There are so many different partners. Not only OpenAI, there's a Gemini and Cloud. If that's the case, some structural dependence can be addressed. So when I meet Chinese experts, they keep saying that you no longer need to do the foundation model because that will never be dominated. You can just choose one between 4 to 5 different models. So from that perspective, in this, how we can establish the right portfolio of this AI portfolio. It is true that we are good at and we can be good at, but in some field we need external cooperation. And at this moment, our investment was right, and that's the reason why we attracted a lot of overseas companies, but we don't know what will happen next year. And also, we are not sure about the progress next year. And Also, some domestic companies can win the market, so how to structure the portfolio is very important. AI diplomacy has been a great hit during the APEC summit. And a lot of diplomatic experts work very hard that AI should be driven by Korea. And we have thought that it was very difficult to come up with the right joint statement. But anyway, the Gyeongju Declaration was made. And AI means to set the right rules based on interoperability. And I think that concept is very positive. But when you look into the statement and agreement, we can see quite different patterns, like no risk or some comments, and there seems to be a lot of intervention from China and the United States. It seems that they want to eliminate all the risk. And there were some kind of weird word like efficiency technology or something like that. So while preparing the APEC initiative, we gained very precious experience and we did it great. And actually, we take the initiative, and also as a chair of APEC, I think we made a comprehensive observation about what each member economies have in their mind. So in that regard, on the occasion of this APEC summit, some of the strategies that have been carried out inside the company need to focus more on strategies and efficiency. And in some cases, we need to take the risk. So instead of making a completely perfect model, we have to think about what would be the right model aligned with the international standards. Since China is a host country of APEC next year, they made a lot of compromise as well. So with that in mind, our roles can always be replaced. So APEC AI Center need to be established with great function. If that's not the case, there are already a lot of AI center in China, so China can overtake our role. So with APEC AI Center, we need to take the initiative. So we continue to create some right AI best practices. And that lies on feasibility and strategies. So of course we build a consensus. All of us know that we need another model, but whenever we are working to make a choice, most of people prefer a Chinese model because it's less expensive, or American model because it's more capable. But considering all these elements, we have to build up our own models in more competitive manner. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Park. Related to China AI, we are well aware of it, and thank you. It seems that you passed most of them. You also focus on the direction of Korea, and related to AI, APEC initiative was announced. So Korea was not about to establish the new rules. Instead, like AI-related multilateral systems and mechanism have become very much interoperable with other countries. And another impressive part is that China has become the APEC host country next year. So some of the settings that some of the situations that we set can be overtaken by China. So in order to address such challenges, we have to work harder. Not only APEC, but for all the other developing countries and in Global South. When it comes to AI, as a leading country for global cooperation, we have to work harder. By combining all the pros and cons that we have, we need to come up with the third goals. But that still remains ambiguous, as you mentioned, so we need to make them up. So you may have some questions. While thinking about your questions, let me ask question first. Recently, AI Basic Act was enacted, and that will take into effect from January next year.
So Professor Shim talked about promotion and regulation and striking a balance. I want to go back to that. When we do our sovereign AI strategy and pursue that, the Framework Act on AI that we've established right now, are we achieving our policy goals? I mean, are there things that we have to work harder at? What would it be? Because you're in the industry and you're scholars in research, but I just want to know your perspective. Maybe in order, if people can, just give brief answers in order.
Sorry, I will give the answer. This act will take into effect next year, and also a lot of reviews are currently underway. And I don't think that there's any regulations that stand in the way of progress of AI. So the key to this regulation is that when it comes to the regulation, it seems that it can regulate or control the business activities. However, companies need to sell AI to its consumers. So instead of stressing their strength of their products, they have to prove that their technology remain confident. And that's also the key activities engaged by companies. Regulations aim to prevent any misuse and also clarify the roles and responsibilities. So the regulations under the Basic Act would be improved about any ambiguous and vague parts. But generative AI and how quantity AI have a lot of regulations, but how companies can be engaged on the self-regulations and how to improve these activities have been all included in this Basic Act. So I think in that manner, this act has a lot of balance. So one thing that I would like to add on regulations is that I also agree with Professor Shim. It is true that regulations cannot be the answer. The most important part is how much resilience that the society has and how smart our public is. And if that's the case, companies can come up with better models, and also researchers can focus more on doing more credible studies.
So personally, I talked about promotion and regulation, but I said we should promote first and then look at regulations after how promotion goes. But legislation is something that it's not absolute truth or observations or findings after that. It's not like absolute. Based on technological development, if we need to complement something or improve something, going with negative regulations is the way to go forward. I think that's more wise. Now, the reason I say this is because AI competition is not something we can choose. It's something we have to do. If we don't compete, other countries will. And we opened our doors to the world in the past, and that was a big event. But just like that, if we're going to open our doors to this technology, we should do that quickly and fast, and then promote it, and then make regulations first too. So then we can make leading protocols in regulation too. But many people have to use this model, and the public in Korea, we're early adopters, right, Korean people. So I think the characteristics of Korea are befitting for the AI era. And so we know the seriousness of this issue. We early adopt, or if we follow, we follow. But we don't have to build up the barriers first, is what I'm saying. This is my general opinion, but we don't have to build the barriers first.
So one thing that I would like to say here is that when AI is used by everyone, not as a ChatGPT, but as a multimodal, or when it is used in vehicles or automobiles, at this moment, it is very difficult to predict what kind of challenges can be triggered. And I think it is quite useful to look back what happened in the past. Cambridge Analytica hacked some SNS data, and at the time, they did some analysis about the posting on Facebook. However, if you use a lot of AI, then all of your life log and data will be held by private companies. Each one of your thoughts, concerns, will be all held by private companies. That should not be allowed. So I think we can initiate the regulations on that matter, and I don't think there is any grounds to oppose this. So even if you are using the AI made by overseas, some sensitive data can be also managed by credible partners, and such legislation is required. So setting the regulation first might be a little bit dangerous and too strict, but I think if we have to open this port, then we need to think about creating an environment in a fair manner. And I think this challenge and this issue need to be the subject of the public debate.
The AI Framework Act on AI, I'm curious about how China and the US are looking at this. It seems China doesn't have much interest, but the US does have a lot of interest in this Framework Act. AmCham, where a lot of US companies are involved, I went there. If Korea makes a regulation or some kind of act, they think of this as a digital trade barrier. And we're talking about trade tariff negotiations these days, but digital trade is not a point of contention. That's fortunate, but a lot of U.S. companies think of our laws as digital trade barriers, and that's something that we have to be cautious about. A lot of AI models are being developed and service is being provided. A lot of Korean people and President Lee Jae-myung also met with OpenAI and said, I use ChatGPT and I'm a paid subscriber, he said, right? So a lot of people use ChatGPT and pay for it. And can we apply our regulations on these companies? Let's think about that, especially American company. Can we regulate them with our laws? Offshore regulation rules can come into play here. Our legislation outside of our boundaries, our borders, can we apply that? That's an issue of controversy. Maybe the U.S. can do that to other countries. The EU can do that to other countries, but other countries cannot do that kind of offshore application, I think. So that's the dilemma. Now, Korean companies, if we use that model a lot, it's okay. But right now, we're using overseas models developed by other countries. But if we make a policy on these AI, then can we offshore apply this or do offshore application of our laws? That's something that has to be practically thought through.
So this legislation is known to be quite controversial. I think it has some symbolic meaning. Of course, a lot of critical issues are contained. But anyway, once we decided to do it, we have to do it. The most important thing for the remaining period is that actually we cannot pursue complete negative approach. So by letting companies to serve as a safeguard. But my concern here is that what will be the right response from companies? At this moment, there will be a lot of paperwork and a lot of administrative process. So its efficiency would be much more undermined. So that needs to be done and amended as soon as possible. And the other one is that some conformity with global standards need to be considered. And from EU's perspective, our legislation include all the positive elements, but they still have some kind of suspicions of whether we cover all the opinions from different stakeholders. But actually, it is not promotion-based. So that part needs to be all considered. So likewise, as you mentioned, it is very difficult to predict the future accurately at this moment. So all the work needs to be done beforehand. And also, our work are likely to become much more difficult. And even EU is aware that their legal framework is too much. And China also seemed to wonder whether their legislative framework is effective enough. So for this legislative framework to play a role, making the right amendment is the thing that we have to do at this moment.
네, 감사합니다.
Okay, thank you very much.
궁금한 부분이 많이 해소되기도 하고.
So I think that a lot of my questions were addressed, but there still remain some of the suspicions and questions that I have. But after asking one more question, I'm going to open the floor to ask a question to our panelists.
Now, Professor Lee talked about a digital trade barrier. But when we do sovereign AI, and we were explaining our strategy for sovereign AI, but our own independent AI ecosystem we have to establish. And Kim Yoo-chul talked about our own AI model servicing our own independent AI. Export control. Instead of doing export control, we build our own model and service our own model so that people can use our own model. But right now, buy American, buy European. That's the policy in Europe and US. But buy Korean, use Korean AI is our strategy that we're going for amidst all of that, right? But we had the US-Korea trade negotiations successfully completed, but there was some issues as well about digital trade barriers there. So there could be another trade dispute, and digital trade barriers might be established if we pursue our own AI. So, and data sovereignty or AI control, data sovereignty, when we talk about that, one of the policies that we can do is data localization strategy. For instance, the computing facilities or the database where we keep all the data has to be in Korea, right? Data centers, this kind of requirement that it has to be in Korea. This is data sovereignty. Those kind of policy measures could be used. But that's also, there's some concerns around that. Especially, we have the digital trade agreements were in place, and data localization is prohibited. We have agreed that we're not going to do data localization. But of course, public security goals, that's exception if it's a public security goal reason. So there is that clause too that excludes us in certain areas, but still data localization is prohibited in principle in these trade agreements that we have. So that as well can be looked upon as a digital trade barrier. A lot of US companies might raise that. But can we make legislation that's very fine-tuned that people would not raise these concerns or raise these allegations? I think we have to really tailor our legislation really well. But in the industry, and Kim Yoo-chul, Sung Na-ko, you're in the industry, it might be very difficult, but for you who are in the industry, but I think you would have raised a lot of issues around this. But in terms of sovereign AI and launching sovereign AI, how are you responding to these legislations that are being made? Do you have response to these legislations that are being made around sovereign AI? And other professors as well, if you have anything to add, I do welcome that.
Thank you so much for your great question. When it comes to sovereign AI, I wanted to tell you that actually AI is pushing us into more fierce competition for individuals. There are so many different individuals who are really good at harnessing AI would be gaining a much better advantage. So that's one of our concerns. So global big tech AI solutions are used by many people, and that is required, and that will help to enhance the productivity of users. And if that is helpful to scale up their business, they may have to provide more and more information and private information even. And actually, that can be done by companies as well. So if their productivity goes up by using AI, they might be willing to provide their own private and own corporate information. But such competition between individuals and companies, there are some kind of social safety net and social security system. If companies and individuals cannot rapidly follow up this trend, some government support is provided, some financial compensation is provided as well, and also some collective grouping is done. However, at this moment, this AI competition is now carried out and unfolded by countries. So country that is doing well with AI would survive, and if not, that would become the least developed countries. And actually, there is no social safety net. UN and international organizations are working very hard to support global south, but it is quite difficult to think that they are coming up with good policies. And that is the reason why many countries around the world are pursuing sovereign AI. And actually, I don't want our country can become the one that only individuals can only focus on their own strength and desire. And that is the reason why the government and companies are working hard to build this ecosystem. And when you look into the technology trend, there are a lot of requests that we have to establish the ecosystem, but we are now moving toward a much smaller model instead of the large models. So I think the recent trend is that making something big and then move towards something smaller turn out to be more effective. And LG AI Research Institute's model are among the highest category for the small model, but now the global models are using the trillion units parameter. And this, after developing this trillion unit parameter model, developing the smaller model turned out to be much easier. China also developed a smaller model like DeepSeek and 600 model, and it is currently developing much larger models. And they are satisfied with the functions. For them to become more satisfied, function need to be very well, but also with a competitive price. And API optimization is required. Once we download the model, and if that is performed in my infrastructure, it would take about $2 to $3 per 1 million token. But if that is taken by our partner companies and by using the optimization technologies, that price would go down to $1 or even 80 cents. And in case of Together AI, even though their model is much bigger than us, their price is about $0.1 and even 0.01. That means that their technology is great, but also they establish the economy of scale that help them to lower the costs. So what they ask us is that, do you have a lot of users using your models? If that's the case, I'm willing to do it. For that reason, global models continue to generate the best performing models, building the great recognition and moving toward API. And what China did in DeepSeek and API is that they dramatically reduced the cost by the Chinese government. And after expanding the user base, now the US is also using the China API, and Together AI are also using the Chinese model. So they are going into the virtuous circle. So we have to develop good model as soon as possible and promote them and use them. And once the user base is secured, then the user base will become more widespread, and that will go into the virtuous circle. So we have to establish the right policies to use our own model first. So another thing that I would like to add here is that what need to do in order to prevent the talent leakage is to provide the conditions for personal growth and also create better workplace. So there should be more hero companies and more hero tasks. That would help to attract great talents. And to that end, we need to establish good infrastructure, good models. When you look into the current status of AI, it is still in the initial phase. AI has been now focused on moving toward a super intelligence and ultra intelligence, but I think that AI would have huge impact on connectivity. AI is serving as an aggregator that combines all the dispersed things. That is also the thing for logistics. So by gathering and connecting all the different players, we can use them all together. ChatGPT and Gemini may not get an access to all of them. Of course, we have the US has Amazon, but Korea has Coupang. So by connecting all the players, from that perspective, I don't think we need to develop the regulations. What we have to do is to connect them together. And by setting up the cooperatives, that would also give us a huge scale. So we have to clarify what would be the to-be of AI. And if you establish the right value scheme, then we may not read the regulations. Agent AI will be the thing, and for AI, there should be more and more means to be connected, like whether it is court or administration or whatever, all of them need to be connected, and we can prepare for it. And we can make some preemptive actions to the models that is made by Korea. Since that is the collaboration done by Korean players, and I think that would help to address a lot of challenges. In case of Google Gemini, it connects all the different services held by Google, but it doesn't mean that Google has a lot of service. And OpenAI doesn't have any, but in China, Alibaba has a lot of information, and that's also the case for Naver and LG. So if by leveraging all this connectivity, we can also take full advantage of our situation.
Thank you very much. In the industry's perspective, this issue is looked at in a different light. People who study at the desk for scholars, we look at the issue differently from the industry perspective, it seems. Professor Lee Wang-hee, no, digital trade barriers, you don't have anything to add? He says no, so okay, then we'll move on. This session 3 is until 5 o'clock. We have about 10 minutes left, but I want to now ask or go to the floor for any questions. It's not often that we can ask questions to these panel of experts. Regarding sovereign AI or international cooperation models, if you have any questions, please raise your hand and we'll bring you a microphone. To the panel, AI model development, public consensus is needed, and I agree with that. We need to have more public consensus, and we have to bring down the technical barriers. And I do think that we have to talk about that more. But if Korea makes its own AI model, develops its own AI ecosystem, government and private sector cooperation is very important, I would believe. So I want to ask a question based on what I heard. To get technical infrastructure strengthening, data management, like public servants that can do data management well, they have to hire people in that specific field, I'm thinking. And for private companies, you might think that you're losing talent to the government, but you need government and private sector cooperation to provide supply and demand, collect various data. And this is not reckless data collection, but systematically collecting data, like a data specialist, not only in the private sector, but in the government field as well. Government, you need data specialists for all industries to manage data, collect, manage data, and converge that with the technology. So public sector and private sector cooperation is needed, and industry and academia as well. Cooperation is needed. It's not about replacing existing experts, but we have to train these experts in the government sector to build AI cooperation. Regarding this kind of strategic direction, if we look at the profits and loss here, what's the limitations that we have to be careful about? Can you tell me your affiliation? It would help giving you an answer. Yeah, I'm from Daejeon. I'm a social welfare worker with the Daejeon Children's Policy Center. Yes, so for our own, basically it's about talent fostering, for our own independent AI strategy, we need to hire AI experts in the government sector, people to collect and manage data. So maybe Professor Shim, if you can talk about this, or Professor Beck as well. You talked about graduate school, but I think that the issue of data or data regulation, public servants that understand data, how to regulate data and manage data is necessary, is what I understood about the question. But can you talk about that a little bit? Yeah, I thought about the question too myself, and in the country, government, AI data specialists, of course, that's going to help a lot, I thought. But realistically, what's my concern is that the level, of course, there's a difference in level, but if you have an AI specialist or expert in the field, can that actually compensation be applied to the government sector is a question, because when you hire professors, it's the same thing. In our department, if you hire a professor in AI, top-tier AI expert that works in the big techs, let's say, if you want to hire that level or caliber professor, then to be honest with you, even Korean companies, their school is like a public area. It's like almost like a public civil servant. So cost-wise, you don't get as much compensation as the private sector. But if you come from the big tech, this is a very big salary reduction for these professors if we hire them. So when we hire these people, what kind of compensation can we give them is very limited, actually. So KAIST has a lot of initiatives or efforts it's doing, but other schools as well. 50% shares. If you give 50% from the big techs, 50% from our school, we give compensation like that. If we don't, then they cannot transition. They will not accept it. This is such a big gap drop. So even 10 times compensation reduction, nobody wants to go down like that, right? So I don't know exactly the issue here well, but if you're very skillful and talented, a data specialist, going into the government position might be difficult to do. There's two ways we might do it. There's two ways. Maybe we use them part-time, right? You can use them like we do at our school, part-time. Or there's people within the public sector that wants to learn this. Maybe you can train them is another option. Because if you train them, they get that opportunity to receive training. And public servants, of course, it's a very stable job, lifelong job. But there's, anyway, training opportunities that they would want to receive. They might move on to something else if they choose, right? So the public servants, those that are willing to be trained, maybe training them is the better alternative so that they can build competency within the government sector. and they can be the ones responsible for data management and so forth. So that's maybe more realistic. If you hire new people, that's the issue of compensation and adjustment, because people in the field that are used to working at big tech and the young people that are very AI experts, it's very hard to adapt to a government society. That's just my opinion.
So I can't agree with you more. I think KAIST is expressing the position. What about other schools? But anyway, university can give some kind of pride, but I'm not sure whether that kind of pride can be given by government institutions. So of course, a lot of young talents with great capability and great competitive edge need to be converted their career to KAIST or other universities or the government organization. And I think that that type of two approach might be the most desirable way. But transforming the entire government system to the AI system can be done by LG or AI. Thank you. Okay. Another question? The lady.
Thank you very much, Professor Leifer Keasley from Ewha Women's University. I had the pleasure of speaking on the previous panel. Please forgive me for asking my question in English. In my field of international security, we often talk about things like strategic autonomy and having ownership of your own national security capabilities. And so it isn't surprising to me at all to talk about sovereign AI. But, you know, from a political economy perspective, one of the things that's so impressive about Korea is its, if you forgive the term, techno-nationalism and obsession with exporting, right? And when I hear sovereign AI, I wonder if there's trade-offs between pursuing a Korean sovereign AI and the ability for Korea to sell its AI capabilities to non-Korean users or users beyond Korea's borders. Could you speak a little bit to potential trade-offs? And it also makes me think about Korea's AI partners. I believe one of our speakers mentioned that Saudi and Thailand are two governments that South Korea is working closely with on AI. How important is it for AI partners to share your values, right? When I think about the European Union, they were addressed today as being maybe a little bit overly bureaucratic and putting regulation before innovation. But there's a lot of shared values there. There's a lot of shared values with the United States. And I think one of the reasons why my Korean friends are so reticent about using DeepSeek and you know, maybe AI that comes out of China. I mean, it could be incredible, great cost benefit, and trained on incredible amounts of data. But there's that values issue, right? So could you speak a little bit about the trade-offs, who your AI partners are in terms of values, and what sovereign AI might offer in terms of trade-offs with South Korea's export ambitions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. 제가 간단하게 다 알아들으셨겠지만 첫 번째 질문은 아무래도
So I assume that all of you understand what he's saying. The first question is also how to make a trade-off between the AI values and also exporting the sovereign AI. And what is the trade-off between the two? And the second question is international cooperation for AI. Some of you mentioned about Saudi Arabia and Thailand. So don't you think that AI partnership is important for the countries that share value? So don't you think that the United States might be more important than other countries? Who's going to give the answer? I will give you the answer. So thank you for your great question. So for us, we are the team to develop the sovereign AI and also export the sovereign AI. The reason that we have to do it together is that it is very challenging to do AI work in Korea. Naver has a huge market share in domestic market, but demographics in Korea continue to go down. So for companies to grow, we have to move outward. The target market that we can attack is the one that is not targeted by the United States. So finding the value from that type of market, companies and countries that have a lot of interest in sovereign AI might be our partners. In case of Saudi Arabia, Google doesn't work because they believe that Google is threatening their own national sovereignty. So that is the reason why we are currently working together with Saudi Arabia. So we know that we have a lot of like-minded countries, but it is a little bit different from the countries that share the values with us. As I mentioned before, Thailand, Saudi Arabia are our partners, but we continue to explore the right partners, and they also have their own concerns. And they are also wondering whether it is okay to work together with Korea. However, as time goes on, most of the AI after DeepSeek can be done by any country, not only by the United States. Once the investment is made, any country can do it. And when it comes to financial funding, Saudi Arabia has much more flexibility. So instead of terming it as a trade-off, we know where we are. We are not the United States, and we are not the big tech companies. So we don't have the goal to dominate the market. So we are just taking some second-tier strategies for purpose. So we are currently targeting the market that can generate values in the second-tier categories. The leading researchers in the United States are also working on the top-tier market. However, we are working on the secondary layer. So we know who we are, and we are making the strategic decision. So I don't think that we are making the trade-off. So let me add my comments. So when the term sovereign AI was generated, there were a lot of concerns about cultural differences, but we couldn't agree with this because this is about the issue of AI capability, not about cultural differences. When LG AI Research Institute was established 5 years ago, we continue to focus on AI application on the industrial side. And also the application case inside the LG group can be exported to overseas. And in contrast, our companies are also asking for reference for them to be applied into our group. So for the past 5 years, with the emergence of AI, the Arab world, a lot of companies with more and more accumulation of their own data do not want to work with big tech data because they are concerned that their own data can be leaked to the big tech companies. So they prefer some companies that are capable enough but not operating the portals. So that is the reason why we are working with Europe's Elsevier, the company that has a lot of academic data. Elsevier, ever since they established, they provided all the academic data to us. And out of the papers that they have, the critical information about chemicals, the database was created, and such project is underway. And recently, with London Stock Exchange Group, we also developed the stock price forecast system. So likewise, if we continue to develop the industrial case, we can explore more and more different type of partners. And we can spread this business model as well. So sovereign AI that we have is that there are a lot of companies and industries and organizations that are capable enough to do this. So promoting this is the one purpose of talking about sovereign AI.
Thank you very much. Now, we had good conversations, and as we did, the time has expired, actually. There were more questions, actually, but we're to finish by 5. So that's the time I have to keep, actually. So any additional questions, maybe afterwards, you can personally approach the panelists, and I'm sure they would be happy to help you out. I just like to thank everyone here that stayed until the very end, and with that, I have to close session 3. So with that, I will close session 3, the last session of Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2025. Once again, a big round of applause for the panelists, please. So thank you very much, Professor Lee Hyo-young, and all the panelists that participated in panel 3. Thank you. Another big round of applause. It was very insightful discussions. So with that, today we had the Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2025. This concludes all of our proceedings today. Thank you very much for staying with us until the very end. And also I would like to thank all of the speakers, presenters, and discussants for their insightful contributions today. Thank you. Despite your busy schedules, thank you for participating to all the participants. And next year we'll come back with a more abundant and rich discussion themes. Thank you very much.
This concludes the Seoul Diplomacy Forum 2025. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to all of you for staying with us throughout the day, and we kindly ask for a warm round of applause for all the speakers who have provided each valuable insights. Thank you once again for joining us despite your busy schedules. We look forward to welcoming you again next year with an even richer and more engaging program. Thank you.